Chapter 1080. Inside Zhong Ao's room, Yang Kai respectfully poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man was calm and relaxed, enjoying himself without the slightest embarrassment. After filling his cup, Zhong Ao took a sip before curling his lips and putting it down. "If you have something to say, just don't have any ideas about this old master's baby." Yang Kai smiled. "I didn't mean that. Old Zhong worries too much. Junior just wanted to say goodbye to Senior. And Junior is deeply grateful for Senior's care during this time." Regardless of whether Zhong Ao was a good person or not, Yang Kai had indeed received a lot of care from Zhong Ao these days. If not for his guidance, Yang Kai wouldn't have known how to rescue Xueyu or how to awaken her soul avatar. Although Zhong Ao had also gained a lot, the other party was an old senior, so Yang Kai didn't mind showing some respect. "Farewell?" Zhong Ao was stunned. "You're leaving?" "And I'll be leaving in 2 days." Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Ao's expression became strange. "Are you afraid Xueyu's third young master will come to find trouble with you? It's time to go. When someone from Water Moonstar arrives, if you don't leave, you'll die." Even now, he still believed that Yang Kai was bold enough to touch Xueyu's woman. Yang Kai didn't explain and simply let Zhong Ao speculate. "Little brat, do you want to consider following this old master?" Zhong Ao suddenly proposed. "It's just a woman. Since Xueyu is President Aio's son, presumably they won't be unable to see the big picture. As long as you follow this old master, when the time comes, this old master will talk to that little brat and he should be able to turn big things into small ones. Otherwise, how could a third-order Saint Cultivator escape the pursuit of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? The territory of Hung Luo Star is so large that I'm afraid there will be no place for you to hide. Why does everyone want me to stay?" Yang Kai felt depressed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. He knew that old Zhong had taken a fancy to his alchemy aptitude, so he shook his head and said, "Old Zhong's kindness is much appreciated, but Junior is determined to leave." Zhong Ao nodded lightly. "In that case, this old master won't force you. And there are some things here. Take them and have a look. I see that although your aptitude in alchemy is outstanding, you haven't received a systematic education. You don't have a thorough understanding of high-level medicinal herbs and the medicinal effects of pills. These things should be able to help you." Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of ancient books from his space ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he didn't stand on ceremony with him. He took all the books and put them into his ring. Yang Kai was very familiar with these ancient books as they were all part of Zhong Ao's collection. Some of them were written by Zhong Ao himself while others were collected by him from the outside. All of these books explained the medicinal properties, grades, and growing environments of the various herbs in the star territory. As long as he thoroughly understood these things, Yang Kai's alchemy technique would be able to connect with the territory of the star realm. He would no longer encounter a situation where he didn't recognize the herbs. Last time, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see too much and had felt a little regretful, thinking that he might not have such a good opportunity in the future, but he hadn't expected Zhong Ao to take the initiative to deliver it to him. Yang Kai was very grateful. "Little brat, tell this old man, where did you learn your alchemy skills? The spirit arrays you use are somewhat different from the ones in the star territory. Although they come from the same source, there are still some subtle differences." Zhong Ao curiously inquired about Yang Kai's details. "Old Zhong, the place this junior came from is a low-level continent. The strongest cultivator there is a third-order saint, which is the same as this junior's current level. The highest grade of alchemist is saint grade high rank, and the spirit grasses, spirit medicines and artifacts are all capped at this grade, so I don't know much about materials above saint grade." Yang Kai no longer concealed anything and began chatting with Zhong Ao while drinking wine. Zhong Ao was shocked again and again, feeling that Yang Kai wasn't simple. A person from a low-level continent was actually able to comprehend alchemy to such an extent, solving a problem that had troubled him for 100 years with a single stroke, allowing him to now refine pills that had a 10% chance of forming pill veins. If this boy had been born on one of the best cultivation stars in the star territory, what kind of achievements would he have? Zhong Ao's conversation with Yang Kai became more and more congenial. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. Zhong Ao didn't urge him to stay, only telling Yang Kai that without Yang Kai's permission, he wouldn't divulge the method to form pill veins. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Whether it was artifact refiners, alchemists, or even cultivators, all of them were a group of people who cherished their own secrets and would not reveal their own details. They would treat their precious martial skills and knowledge as secrets that would only be passed down to their own successors. It was impossible for outsiders to pry into their secrets, and once such a situation occurred, they would fight to the death. Zhong Ao, having learned the method to form pill veins from Yang Kai, was already very satisfied, so he naturally wouldn't publicize it. 2 days passed peacefully. Zhong Ao moved back to his mountain valley, apparently to recultivate the 1,000 mu of medicine field. In any case, this old man's cultivation wasn't low and he still had plenty of time to live, so there was plenty of time to cultivate the herbs in the medicine field. Shuiyu and Yang Kai had also been cooped up in their rooms for the past 2 days. Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng also seemed to feel that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so every day they carefully went about their own business, waiting for someone from the home star to come and deal with the situation here. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Shuiyu's room and without even asking, pushed open the door and entered. There seemed to be a chill in the room as Shuiyu sat at the table, her expression indifferent. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she only raised her eyes and glanced at him. Yang Kai obviously felt that Shuiyu's heart was filled with anger, and her attitude was somewhat different from a few days ago. Her tender body was now surrounded by a cold aura. Yang Kai braced himself and sat down in front of her. "Let's have a drink first." Shuiyu personally poured a glass of wine and brought it to Yang Kai. "Is it poisonous?" Yang Kai looked at her distrustfully. "What good would it do me to poison you?" Shuiyu stared at him coldly. Yang Kai looked at the clear wine and shook his head. "Forget it, let's get down to business. There's no need to drink this wine." He was sure that there was something fishy about this wine. With his understanding of Shuiyu, this woman wouldn't easily let go of him. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality and make a scene with her. Seeing him so vigilant, Shuiyu smiled sarcastically, picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, she smashed the glass in front of Yang Kai, making a loud thud as if she was demonstrating her power. "Have you thought it over? Have you thought it over?" Shuiyu didn't answer his question directly. "Don't play word games with me, it's meaningless, I gave you an answer 3 days ago. Is there no room for negotiation?" Shuiyu still didn't give up. "No." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Shuiyu grit her teeth and shouted, "Good, you're right, a forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. You and I are now bound together by the soul chains. If I really force you to stay, if one day you commit suicide, I'll be buried with you. It's not worth it. If you want to leave, then we'll break the soul chains and no one will care about the other from now on. It's good that you understand." Yang Kai was overjoyed hearing this. "Don't be so happy." Shuiyu slowly got up and took a few steps forward, gently opening her red lips. "The reason why I'm so stubborn and unwilling to let you go may be because of the soul chains, but you're right, a large part of it is because of my girly heart. From the age of 3 until now, only in front of you can I truly let go of myself. I've been very happy during this time. Old Zong told me that in order to wake me up, you almost lost your life. Although I don't know what happened during that time, since Old Zong said so, he wouldn't lie. I must thank you because no one has ever fought so hard for a woman like me. This is the first time I've ever been cared for as a woman." Yang Kai frowned, secretly becoming vigilant. The more Shuiyu spoke, the more he felt a sense of crisis. For someone like her, once she revealed her true feelings but didn't receive any response, the consequences would be extremely terrible. "Once we release the soul chains, without that layer of binding, I don't know what I will do, but I will most likely try to kill you." Shuiyu stood behind Yang Kai, placing her hands on his shoulders, leaning over and exhaling. "I'm mentally prepared, don't worry, I'll definitely run far away so you won't be able to find me." Yang Kai nodded. "Your strength is too low, if I really wanted to find you, it wouldn't matter where you hid." Shuiyu still whispered into Yang Kai's ear, her cold tone showing signs of melting as she softly said, "Even a woman like me can't keep you?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound, but inexplicably he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. "You really are heartless." Shuiyu ground her teeth and shouted. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his neck as a warm liquid flowed out, followed by 2 drops of warm liquid dripping down his neck. He almost couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. After a long time, Shuiyu released Yang Kai, her mouth full of golden blood. She swallowed it down and ground her teeth. "Today, I drank your blood in return for all the disrespect you've shown me. If I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive and eat your flesh. Don't doubt me, I'll do as I say. Now go, never appear in front of me again because I don't know what I'll do." She turned her back to Yang Kai, her shoulders trembling as she spoke. Yang Kai sighed softly, stood up, opened his mouth but still didn't know what to say. Listening to the sound of Yang Kai's departing footsteps, Shuiyu's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She knew that she would never have the chance to live as she wished again. From today onwards she would become Shui Yu's third young master again. The star shuttle shot out like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the shackles of space and quickly flying towards the star field. After an hour, Yang Kai stopped and stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the 5 colors of Rainfall Star. In his knowledge sea, it was as if a layer of shackles had been lifted, giving Yang Kai an illusion of freedom. Suddenly a questioning voice sounded in his ear. Yang Kai responded in an affirmative tone. With a bang, the invisible shackles in his knowledge sea suddenly broke, and all his worries about Shui Yu disappeared in an instant, Yang Kai's mood suddenly brightening. Chapter 1081. Before this, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much of an effect the soul chains had on him, but the moment the soul chains were lifted, he understood that this soul skill had many mysteries. Not only could it tightly link 2 people's lives together, but it could also make 2 people develop a good impression of each other for no reason, making them reluctant to part with each other. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Shui Yu hadn't used the soul skill on such a young man, but instead on an old man or a young woman who was half buried in the ground. What would the result have been? Could it have made the 2 of them fall in love with each other? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help shuddering. But now, the soul chains had been completely lifted by the mutual consent of both parties, and the feelings that had been imposed on Yang Kai had also disappeared. At this moment, besides feeling a little bit of regret, he no longer felt reluctant to part with Shui Yu. Whether it was in terms of appearance, identity, or cultivation, Shui Yu was a good woman. Any man would feel regret for missing out on such a good match. The moment the soul chains were lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping 1,000 kilometers away. Shui Yu had said that once the soul chains were no longer binding her, she didn't know what she would do. Yang Kai estimated that it was very likely she would try to kill him. He knew so many of her secrets and had even hugged her, so with her cruel temperament, it would be strange for her to let him leave safely. Therefore Yang Kai had first used his star shuttle to leave Rainfall Star and release the soul chains with Shui Yu at the maximum distance possible. This was to give himself some time to escape, lest Shui Yu turn hostile on him on the spot. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. After tearing space 10 times in a row, Yang Kai was already 10,000 kilometers away, tossing pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy while desperately controlling his star shuttle to escape. He always felt a murderous intent following behind him like a shadow. 10 days later, in the territory of Rainfall Star, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle, allowing it to carry him forward. The star shuttle had been engraved with a star by Yang Kai and was now moving towards a distant location. Rainfall Star had long since disappeared, and looking back, all Yang Kai could see were the twinkling stars. After running for more than 10 days without any pursuit, Yang Kai felt he should be safe. Otherwise, with the resources Shui Yu's grasp, they should have already caught up to him. He had even thought he could escape. If he was forced, he could simply hide in the void and never come out. Shui Yu wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Kai felt several life forces break into the range of his divine sense. Yang Kai's divine sense, which contained the subtle power of space, quickly withdrew, and before these people could notice, Yang Kai had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 first-order Saint Kings, each of them controlling a star shuttle and rapidly flying towards him. Yang Kai could feel that they had been flying through Rainfall Star's territory for quite some time now, each of them consuming a great deal of energy. Were they sent by Shui Yu or were they just passing by? Yang Kai couldn't tell, so he quietly concealed his aura and flew in a different direction, preparing to avoid these 3 people and not cause any unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, even after he changed direction several times in succession, the 3 of them still followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them became closer and closer. At this point, if Yang Kai still didn't understand the purpose of these 3 people, he would have lived for so many years in vain. These 3 people were definitely pursuers sent by Shui Yu, otherwise their goal would not have been so clear. Sitting atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared behind him, not continuing to move forward. What did Shui Yu mean by this? 3 first-order Saint Kings wanted to capture him? She was well aware of his strength. Back on Water Moon Star, he had killed a Saint King realm cultivator as a second-order saint. Now that he had reached the third-order saint realm, how could 3 such cultivators be enough to capture him? It wasn't that she didn't have a stronger cultivator under her command. Hali Ka and Lin Mu Feng were both origin-returning realm masters, while there were plenty of second or third-order Saint Kings in the branch. As long as she gave the order, Hali Ka would have no choice but to come. But she had only sent 3 first-order cultivators. Did she want to use these 3 people's lives to make a clean break with him, to express her innermost thoughts and determination? This was in line with her temperament. Understanding her intentions, Yang Kai grinned. This was also good. Shui Yu's actions had made the last trace of regret in his heart disappear. If they ever met again in the future, Yang Kai believed that Shui Yu would definitely try to kill him to wash away her previous shame. She would never act so seductively towards him again. However, Yang Kai had already made up his mind not to have anything to do with this woman again, so there would be no further interaction between them in the future. Yang Kai sat in place while the divine senses of the 3 men swept the area around him in a daze, obviously not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they got closer that the 3 of them seemed to have discovered a new world and became excited, quickly withdrawing their divine senses from Yang Kai and flying over. Seeing these 3 idiots standing not far in front of him, surrounding him in a triangular formation, each of them wearing a look of grievance and anger, Yang Kai knew that Shui Yu had deliberately made things difficult for them and had no choice but to come. Since Shui Yu had sent them here to die, they must have done something to provoke this woman and made her unhappy. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with them and had never even seen them before, so naturally he didn't feel any psychological burden to kill them. Little brat, daring to touch Shui Yu's 3rd young master's woman, you're quite bold, aren't you? Although that woman has nothing good about her, making father feel very uncomfortable, her identity is not something a piece of trash like you can touch. We brothers have received orders to bring you back alive, so if you obediently cooperate, we'll make sure you suffer less, otherwise we'll break your arms and legs and make you face a life or death situation. A burly man on the left shouted. Damn it, father has lived for so many years yet has never flown a star shuttle into the star field. This time I've suffered such a big loss at the hands of that woman. Boy, how are you going to compensate me? The young man in front of him also glared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with anger, apparently blaming Yang Kai for his suffering. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was not a pleasant experience. Generally they would take a starship to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star, occasionally carrying out some exploratory tasks, but it would only take them 3 to 5 days to return. But this time they had chased Yang Kai for more than 10 days, all of them exhausted and consuming a massive amount of Saint crystals. Such a loss naturally had to be recouped from Yang Kai's head. Haha, that woman only told the 3 of us to bring this little brat back, but she didn't say anything about taking his things back. I heard that before he planned to escape, he used that woman's name to get Master Hali Ka and Master Lin Mufeng to open the storehouse and take a lot of good things from there, tens of thousands of high-rank Saint crystals alone. The last man said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man both cast their eyes towards the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of Saint crystals was not a small number, so all 3 of them were extremely tempted. And I took 50,000 Saint crystals. Yang Kai chuckled, holding up the ring on his hand and saying, it's all inside, and there are also some Saint King grade herbs and 5 elements ores. The total value is probably no less than 100,000 Saint crystals. Hearing what he said, no matter who it was, all 3 of them couldn't help breathing heavily, the greed and covetousness in their eyes becoming so strong that it was almost impossible to disperse. Little brat, hand over that ring and I promise not to hurt a single hair on your head, provided you cooperate. The big man stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and shouted. You want it? Answer my question. Yang Kai smiled. If you have something to say, then say it. Hurry up and finish this matter so we can go back as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer, the big man said impatiently. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was very dangerous. Not only was it consuming one's strength at all times, but there was also the star field storms and fast-moving asteroids. If one was not careful, one could easily be hit by one of them, putting one's life in danger. This time, if it weren't for that woman's coercion, none of these 3 would have been willing to accept such a difficult task. Even Master Hali Ka had been angered by that smelly woman. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to want to cooperate, the big man hurriedly urged him. How did you find me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that with the 3 of your abilities, there's no way you could track me down so accurately, Yang Kai asked curiously. The 3 of them glanced at each other and grinned meaningfully. The big man didn't try to hide anything, flipping his hand and summoning a colorful ribbon into his palm. This ribbon was tossed out by him and seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It still had the sweet scent of snow moon lingering on it. Just by relying on this? Yang Kai frowned. What is this? You're asking me, but who should I ask? The big man grinned. Before we left, that woman gave it to me, saying that if I followed its guidance, I would be able to find your location. The reason we were able to track you down was because of it. Yang Kai stared at him deeply, feeling that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Looking at the ribbon again, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something and grit his teeth. That cheap slut. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood where the problem lay. That woman was truly worthy of being called a scheming person. A simple conversation before parting had actually been used by her to such an extent. The wine Snow Moon had prepared at that time was just a smokescreen. There really wasn't any medicine in it, it was just to numb Yang Kai's nerves. Her real purpose was to bite his neck while she was crying out in grief and indignation. When she bit him, she must have done something to his body unknown to him, otherwise, how could she have determined his location with just a ribbon? Chapter 1082. After figuring out what method these three people were using to pursue him, Yang Kai calmed down. As long as he knew the method, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai casually put the colorful ribbon into his space ring and stared at the three people indifferently. Since Shuiyu had already made her position and attitude clear, Yang Kai should respond in kind and settle this matter with her. With a loud shout, the big man on the left suddenly pushed his strength, seemingly aware of the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, and didn't hesitate to take the initiative. The other two didn't make any moves, simply crossing their arms and smiling as they watched the show, preparing to enjoy the miserable appearance of Yang Kai being trampled. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint cultivator, so no matter which of the three of them attacked, they could easily take him down. There was no reason for them to lose. A thick and heavy aura burst from the big man's body, causing the entire star field to become strange. From all directions, a huge pressure pressed down on Yang Kai, each one as terrifying as a tsunami. Yang Kai's bones instantly began to crack as if they were about to be crushed. The big man grinned fiercely as a phantom appeared behind him. This phantom quickly grew in size and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant. This giant lifted a foot wrapped in yellow energy and stomped down towards Yang Kai. A soul-extinguishing pressure shot out from the giant's eyes and targeted Yang Kai's knowledge sea. As soon as he saw that the other party was using a soul skill, Yang Kai grinned and stood in place calmly, not dodging or evading, simply waiting for this soul skill to invade his body. If the other party had used their physical strength to attack Yang Kai, he might have been able to contend with him, but using a soul skill like this was nothing short of stupid. Yang Kai's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical strength, reaching the level of a second-order Saint King at the very least. Coupled with his strange conflagrated knowledge sea, even if he fought against a third-order Saint King using a soul skill, he wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. This big man was just a first-order Saint King who wanted to use his strength to bully the weak and win in a single blow, so how could he have known about Yang Kai's strange abilities? Layers upon layers of spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with the burly man's comprehension of the domain seeped into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before this spiritual energy could play its proper role, it was enveloped by a scorching force and burned to ashes in an instant. The big man's calm expression suddenly changed as his body trembled, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle and his face suddenly went pale. The strange combination of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and his own strength had caused the big man to suffer a big loss in an instant. The spiritual energy that had invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was immediately damaged and the big man felt an intense pain in his head, making it almost impossible for him to think. At the same time as the big man screamed, a spear covered in black demonic flame appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and before the big man could react, Yang Kai threw it towards him. *Shio. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the big man instinctively pushed his strength to protect himself, summoning a Saint King grade mid-rank defensive artifact in front of him. This artifact was shaped like an umbrella, and as it rotated, it was able to reflect many attacks. The big man had relied on this umbrella artifact to block many fatal attacks. He believed that this time would be no exception. As long as he could block this attack, he would be able to survive. He still had two companions who hadn't made a move yet. The umbrella-like artifact didn't play the protective role it should have, and the spear burning with demonic flame disappeared the moment Yang Kai attacked. In the next moment, it strangely reappeared 3 inches in front of the big man. The spear broke through the seal of space and quickly appeared from the void bit by bit. As the burly man screamed in horror, it pierced through his body that was as hard as gold and stone. A feeling of alternating heat and cold spread from the spear as the black demonic flame ignited all over his body. The contradictory combination of bone-chilling cold and monstrous heat made it impossible for the big man to defend himself. No matter how he pushed his strength, he couldn't extinguish the demonic flame on his body, only allowing it to grow stronger and stronger. This demonic flame seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The big man's clothes, flesh, and even his Saint Chi were all turned into fuel, causing the demonic flame to burn even more fiercely. The burly man had completely turned into a burning black fireball. He screamed and wailed in agony. Like a headless fly, he attacked randomly in the starry sky, running further and further away. Soon he was nowhere to be seen. The expressions of the other two people who had been watching the show from the sidelines changed, no longer seeming as calm as before. Everyone's expressions were extremely dignified as a deep sense of dread and horror appeared in the depths of their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know about fighting above their own realm. Anyone who could become a cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch basically had their own unique skills and could fight above their own realm, but even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Killing a high-level martial artist in the blink of an eye with a difference of one realm was something that they didn't even dare to think about. But now it was happening right under their noses. They immediately realized the horror of Yang Kai and knew that they had taken on an extraordinary task this time. Without any discussion or exchange of glances, the two of them attacked Yang Kai at the same time, not daring to hold back. They just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai as soon as possible. One of them took out a drum-like artifact and while rushing towards Yang Kai, he struck the drum with the drumstick in his hand. Dong. The deep sound seemed to spread to the deepest part of the star territory, accompanied by a thick murderous intent that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his left hand and condensed the grand heavenly shield in front of him, but the invisible attack had already arrived. The grand heavenly shield seemed to have been hit by a fierce attack. The surface of the shield fiercely caved in and almost shattered. The other person held a long sword in his hand, his sword intent awe-inspiring. From the long sword, a rainbow light shot out, coordinating with the sound wave attack of the drum, desperately attacking Yang Kai. The grand heavenly shield lasted less than 3 breaths before shattering. Saint Kings were no longer small fries. Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles and spent countless years cultivating painstakingly in order to achieve their current level of strength. Facing the all-out attack of these two, Yang Kai didn't dare to show the slightest carelessness. Demonic flames surged all over his body as a pitch-black dragon appeared behind him. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Its eyes were even larger than houses as it aggressively welcomed the two people pouncing towards it. Yang Kai stepped on top of the dragon's head as a vast sea of spiritual energy rushed towards the two men. His hands were not idle either, constantly condensing his Saint Chi and using his 9 heavens divine skills which contain the mysteries of space. The profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear, heaven-covering hand, each strike broke through the blockade of space, disappearing and reappearing at will, making it impossible for these two to guard against. After cultivating for so long, Yang Kai had also figured out one thing, and that was that there was no strict distinction between good and bad martial skills. As one's strength grew and one's understanding of the mysteries of their strength increased, even low-level martial skills could play a huge role. Martial skills were not like artifacts. A low-level artifact was a low-level artifact, it could never become a high-level artifact, nor could it cope with high-level battles. Martial skills, on the other hand, were flexible uses of one's strength. Even at the end of one's cultivation, there was no need for martial skills. As long as one had enough control over their own strength, they could adapt to the situation as the battle progressed. The development of martial skills was only to set a standard for cultivator, allowing them to understand the mysteries of their own strength through the use of martial skills. Therefore, after arriving in Star Territory, the artifacts and herbs Yang Kai had brought from Tongshen Realm were of no use, except for the soul-warming lotus and demon eye of annihilation, but he could still use his martial skills freely. An extremely fierce aura exuded from the black dragon's body, causing the two Saint King Realm cultivators' courage to tremble. Even though they tried their best to attack Yang Kai and the black dragon, they were unable to cause any damage. The black dragon pressed down on them like a collapsing mountain, and the infinite pressure it exerted made it impossible for them to move. The gigantic dragon's mouth opened wide and swallowed one of the men in one gulp. Then, it bit down on the body of the other man. Although it didn't bite him in half, the pitch-black demonic flames directly spread to his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flames. He directly followed in the footsteps of the first man. The screams gradually weakened and eventually faded away. The black dragon dissipated and turned into a cluster of flames that poured into Yang Kai's body. In the vast star field, only 2 burned corpses remained. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not absorb the spiritual energy of the dead as he usually did. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Kai knew that the souls of these 2 people should have been completely burned away by the demonic flames. There was nothing to feel regretful about. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Rainfall Star before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. Rainfall Star, inside the palace of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. Shuiyu, who was wearing a bright red palace dress, closed her beautiful eyes and sat motionlessly on a chair. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. Hali Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman all stood nearby, glancing at each other from time to time, but none of them dared to speak. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. None of them knew what had happened. Shuiyu had actually sent 3 First-Order Saint King Cultivator to pursue Yang Kai after he left. Yang Kai had worked hard for nearly a year to awaken Shuiyu. Hali Ka and the others had all witnessed this, so they really couldn't understand what this master and servant pair were up to. How had they become enemies? Could it be that little brat had abandoned her? Hali Ka and the others all had this conjecture. On top of that, old Zong didn't seem to care about this matter at all. The branch's 3 leaders were all worried to death. Just as they were wondering though, Hali Ka's face suddenly changed and he took out a wooden token from his space ring, examined it carefully for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Master Shui Heiying and the other 2 are dead." Shuiyu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, but she didn't seem surprised at all. Her furrowed brow also relaxed at this moment, as if she had put down some heavy burden and let out a long sigh. Chapter 1083. After learning about the death of the 3 people she had sent out, Shuiyu didn't say anything, simply standing up and walking towards her room. "Master Shui." Hali Ka stepped forward and called out. Shuiyu paused and turned around to stare at him coldly. Hali Ka couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as he stared at the beautiful stars in her eyes, gulping nervously. He didn't know why, but he saw the shadow of Shuiyu's 3rd young master in those eyes. Hali Ka, as the person in charge of Rainfall Star's branch, had naturally seen Shuiyu's 3rd young master and had also experienced his methods, so he was all too familiar with this look. It was clearly the look on Shuiyu's 3rd young master's face when he was angry. Not thinking about why these 2 people with different surnames would have the same look, Hali Ka quickly asked, "Master Shui, Black Eagle and the others were killed by little brother Yang?" "Yes." Shuiyu nodded gently. Hali Ka, Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman all paled. "How is that possible? Little brother Yang is only a 3rd-order saint. Even if he can fight across realms, at most he can deal with 1 person. How could he be their opponent when 3 of them joined forces?" Lin Mu Feng shook his head like a rattle, unable to believe Shuiyu's words. That was 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator, not 3 saints. This was simply too incredible. "Then how do you think they died?" Shuiyu looked at Lin Mu Feng faintly, the latter not knowing how to answer. Hali Ka, on the other hand, carefully asked, "Master Shui, why did you seem so happy after hearing the news of Black Shadow and the others' deaths?" "Am I?" Shuiyu's expression remained indifferent. Hali Ka shook his head, no longer dwelling on this issue. Black Shadow and the others had died because they weren't strong enough. They couldn't blame anyone else. After thinking about it for a moment, Hali Ka asked, "Master Shui, that Yang Kai is your guard, but he killed 3 of my branch's people. How should we deal with him?" "How can we deal with him? He's no longer my guard. And if you see him in the future, capture him alive. I want him to taste all the torture in this world," Shuiyu ordered. Her voice was as cold as the cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory as she slowly walked away with her hands behind her back. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. Master Shui seems to have let go of something. The middle-aged woman looked pensive. "I don't quite understand, why did the 2 of them seem to be on good terms a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly became enemies?" Hali Ka looked confused. "The matters of the youngsters. Sai, let's not get involved. Since Master Shui has instructed us to do so, we'll just do as she says. But what a pity that brat actually has such terrifying strength. If we had known earlier, we would have kept him and nurtured him properly." Hali Ka also nodded fiercely, feeling it was a real pity. A 3rd-order Saint Cultivator being able to kill 3 Saint Kings, such aptitude and strength were extremely rare even in the entire star territory. The next time they met, they could only follow Master Shui's orders and capture him alive. In the vast star territory, the star field was filled with twinkling stars, like beautiful eyes that only knew how to speak. Yang Kai had been wandering the star territory for half a year now. Since leaving Rainfall Star, he had been heading towards another Cultivation Star. The star array above his knowledge sea provided him with a lot of convenience. At the very least, he knew where his goal was and wouldn't get lost in the star field. If it were anyone else flying a star shuttle through the star field for half a year, they would likely have lost their way long ago. However, Yang Kai, who had mastered the star array, didn't need to worry about this. The distance between cultivation stars was variable. Some distances were short and could be crossed by a star shuttle in 1 or 2 months, while others were so long that even if one relied on a starship, it would take several years of travel. Yang Kai's goal was relatively far away. Although half a year had passed, according to his estimation, it would still take him another 3 months to reach his destination. This was the sorrow of the poor. Without the ability to buy a starship, there was not enough manpower to operate one, so flying through the star field with a star shuttle was very time-consuming. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't waste these days. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly helping Yang Kai absorb world energy. The star field's world energy was very thin, so the heavenly spirit ghost orchid couldn't play much of a role. During this time, Yang Kai had been relying on high-rank Saint crystals to restore his consumption and cultivate. While cultivating, he also studied alchemy. The books he obtained from Old Zong had been flipped through several times, memorizing the grades, effects, names and characteristics of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Zong Ao's own spirit array diagrams had also been thoroughly studied by Yang Kai. After studying all this, Yang Kai began studying the mysteries of space. The battle with the 3 Saint King Realm cultivator had allowed him to discover the wonders of the Tao of Space. The Tao of Space had been attached to Yang Kai's divine sense threads, allowing them to break through the shackles of space and leap forward, allowing him to explore further and more secret places, making it difficult for others to detect him. Even if he was detected, it would be impossible for others to track him down and track him down. Yang Kai had long understood all of this. Now he also understood that the Tao of Space could be used to enhance his Saint Chi attacks. In that battle, the 9 Heavens' divine skills had relied on the Tao of Space to break through the shackles of space and launch strange attacks that caught the enemy off guard. This inadvertent discovery had caused his combat effectiveness to soar. When he was a second-order saint on Water Moon Star, he had exhausted himself fighting a first-order Saint King cultivator, but now, killing 3 cultivators in the same realm was a piece of cake for him. This was the advantage of using the Tao of Space flexibly. Naturally, Yang Kai began studying the Tao of Space more and more diligently. Along the way, Yang Kai had comprehended many mysteries, and many things that had previously been difficult to understand were now suddenly clear, allowing him to temper his understanding of the Tao of Space with great enthusiasm. Since entering the star territory, Yang Kai had encountered too many powerful masters, including those who had truly mastered the Grand Divine Technique. Yang Kai quickly realized the huge gap between himself and these masters. If one wanted to take root and survive in a place, one's own strength was essential. Fortunately, he had many advantages that others could not match. Conflagrated knowledge, demon god golden blood, a huge reserve of Saint Chi, and his aptitude that had been tempered to the limit. These various advantages convinced Yang Kai that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to stand above the rest of the world. He had walked this path once before. On Tongshin Realm, he had gone from obscurity to fame, from a solitary figure to a master who commanded millions, so he was no stranger to it. Now, Yang Kai was simply retracing the path he had taken before, so although it would take a little longer, it wasn't a big problem. The star shuttle quickly moved forward, and Yang Kai didn't waste any time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced to the side, a look of surprise flashing across his face. More than a dozen blue lights were rapidly approaching from the side, each representing a star shuttle. They moved like the wind, led by a monster race man with 2 horns on his head. Yang Kai didn't know which branch he belonged to, but the hair on his cheeks was very lush, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Around this man were gathered cultivators from various races, each of them exuding Saint King Realm fluctuations, each of them holding a different type of artifact, their eyes cold. Yang Kai had been immersed in his own world, so by the time he noticed them and tried to avoid them, it was already too late. Yang Kai had not expected that in this vast star territory, he would encounter a group of cultivators who also used star shuttles. The dozen blue lights quickly approached and soon arrived beside Yang Kai, all of them staring at him curiously, but after discovering that Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint Cultivator, their eyes suddenly filled with disdain, some of them even pointing at Yang Kai and laughing unscrupulously. The leader of the group was a man from the demon clan. He was born with a pair of triangular snake eyes. He held a silver spear in his hand. The spear glowed brightly and was engraved with blue patterns. Waves of dense water energy rippled from the spear. His cold eyes swept over Yang Kai's body, his divine sense sweeping over him without any scruples, as if he wanted to see through Yang Kai from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he sat atop his star shuttle. "Boy, did you see anyone else pass by here?" The monster race man asked, his voice like thunder, exploding in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai shook his head. "You really didn't see anyone?" The monster race man seemed to be in disbelief as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That group of people was clearly heading in your direction. We followed them all the way here, how could you not see them? Did you accept some kind of benefit from them and not want to reveal their whereabouts?" He obviously felt that Yang Kai was lying to him. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're the only group of people I've encountered in the past few months. I really haven't met anyone else before this." Yang Kai's attitude could be considered friendly and kind, but he didn't want to stir up any trouble. He just wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible and settle down on that cultivation star. Drifting around the star field all the time was not a pleasant experience, and the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies were almost completely exhausted. "DG, this boy's courage isn't ordinary," a woman next to him suddenly said. A third-order Saint Cultivator who could face so many Saint Kings without batting an eyelid was either a madman, a daredevil, or someone with some kind of backing. The woman felt that the latter was more likely. The monster race man named DG nodded. "This little brat's cheeky face is obviously not a good thing. He must have seen that group of people but deliberately didn't tell us." Someone else interjected, glaring at Yang Kai with unkind eyes, seemingly wanting to attack Yang Kai. DG stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing slightly, but he didn't take a stand. "Why bother with his nonsense, just kill him and let me refine his soul. Won't we know if he's lying or not?" Another man shouted, looking quite impatient as he shouted, "If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned meaningfully, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1084. Forget it, there's no need to complicate matters, he doesn't look like he's lying. The monster race man named DG suddenly shook his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Yang Kai, instead saying loudly, "Little brat, you should be tactful. Our group has been running around here for a long time trying to find traces of some people, but we haven't been able to find them. We've consumed a lot of Saint Crystals and don't have much left. If you give me some Saint Crystals and some restorative pills, I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He had thought that this group of people would definitely attack him, but now things had taken a turn for the worse. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai readily agreed, "Good." Saying so, the space ring on Yang Kai's hand flashed and thousands of high-rank Saint Crystals flew out towards Yang Kai. When the group of people saw these Saint Crystals flying over, their eyes all went red and they began snatching them up, each of them bursting with joy. They had probably been wandering the star territory for a long time, otherwise with their strength, it would have been impossible for them to be so happy just because they obtained some Saint Crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking back to the He Zhao and He Miao sisters from Sword Union. In the chaotic abyss, the two sisters had also exhausted their Saint Crystals and recovery pills and had had to find a hole to hide in to avoid the raging power of the star field. If it weren't for Yang Kai's assistance, the two sisters would have died long ago. After staying in the star field for so long, Saint Crystals and recovery pills had become a lifeline. Seeing Yang Kai toss out 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals without even blinking, DG couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He hadn't expected this young man to be so rich. Being able to toss out 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals meant he had even more Saint Crystals in his space ring. For a time, DG couldn't help feeling excited. Not only him, but the other cultivator holding Yang Kai's Saint Crystals also had greedy looks as they stared at the ring on Yang Kai's hand, all of them wishing they could rush up and snatch it away. A few of them had already quietly moved away, hiding their strength and waiting for DG's order to take Yang Kai's life. The woman who had spoken before was also looking at DG. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. DG's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle before he suddenly grinned and said to Yang Kai, Boy, if you're smart, I'll spare your life this time. Let's go. The group of people reluctantly followed behind DG, many of them wondering why he would let go of such a fat sheep. His strength was low, he was young, and he had so many Saint crystals, there was no reason to let him go. But since Dicky had spoken, they didn't refute him. They just kept sighing. The group of people gradually walked away until Yang Kai could no longer be seen. The woman said, DG, this is not your style. What are you worried about? DG snorted and looked back, finding that everyone in the group was looking at him, seemingly wanting him to give an explanation, so he couldn't help shouting, I've seen many bold people, but that little brat isn't just bold. You're all blind, didn't you notice that he wasn't afraid of us at all? He's only a third-order saint, why isn't he afraid of us? In this vast star territory he's all alone, if we kill him no one will know. Why isn't he afraid of us? Someone thought for a moment and muttered, could it be there are other elders around him waiting to ambush him? Yes, a stupid pig like you should die early and be reincarnated. DG shouted angrily, it must have been hard for you to live until now. The man who was scolded blushed but didn't dare refute, only muttering a few words, no one understanding what he was talking about. On the other hand, the woman thoughtfully asked, you don't mean to say that little brat is so fearless that he isn't afraid we'll kill him, right? DG nodded, that should be the case. How could that be? He's just a third-order saint, there are so many of us here, how could he possibly kill all of us? The woman shouted in disbelief. He can't kill us, but I'm afraid we can't kill him either. That little brat must have a powerful master behind him who probably has an artifact bestowed upon him by his elders. Once we start fighting, he'll be able to use that artifact to escape. At that time, we won't be able to reap any benefits and will only end up embarrassing ourselves. When his elders come knocking on our door, who would be able to eat them? Listening to DG's words, the woman and the others all showed thoughtful expressions. The more they thought about it, the more they felt DG's words made sense. If he didn't have any backing, how could a third-order saint remain indifferent when facing so many cultivators who were far stronger than him? Then why did you still dare to ask him for Saint crystals? After the woman figured it out, she couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Wouldn't that create a grudge with him? It's not that serious. DG waved his hand. It's just a few Saint crystals. Since he has the protection of his elders, naturally he won't place them in his eyes. He probably also knows that I'm just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Otherwise, how could a group of people show off in front of him for so long only to retreat with their tails between their legs? Didn't you see him throw those Saint crystals over so easily? That little brat is a shrewd man who knows how to deal with people. Are all youngsters nowadays so difficult to deal with? Can't they give us some space to live? The woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly as she played with the Saint crystals in her hand, discovering that they were all high-rank goods, immediately understanding that DG was telling the truth. A young third-order saint being able to possess such a rich fortune was definitely a gift from his elders. Regardless of that little brat, the person we're looking for must be hiding nearby. You take a group of people and we'll split up to search. When we find him, send me a message. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go back. After drifting here for half a year, I really don't want to stay here any longer. Okay. The woman nodded, picking out half of the people in the group and splitting up with DG. Aboard his star shuttle, Yang Kai remained calm, the little episode just now having no effect on him. With his understanding of the Tao of space, his ability to escape had also gradually improved. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a master above the origin returning realm, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he could simply tear space and escape, no one would dare to chase him into the void. However, since 1,000 Saint crystals could save him some trouble, he was happy to do so. Time passed by as Yang Kai continued to move towards his goal. On this day he charged into an ocean of meteors. There were countless meteors of various sizes as far as the eye could see. They were large like mountains and small like jade plates, and the endless stream of meteors had converged into a grand ocean. In the starry sky, there were many such asteroid seas, some of which even star shuttles had to travel for several months before they could escape. Generally speaking, these asteroid seas followed the flow of the current without any particular pattern. When a starship sailed, it would prioritize avoiding these asteroid seas. These asteroids not only affected the speed of navigation but also added great danger to the starship. A single mishap could lead to the destruction of the starship. A good chart master would carve a suitable route according to the destination of the starship so that it could travel safely. After arriving here, Yang Kai couldn't let his star shuttle move forward on its own because if he made a mistake, it would hit an oncoming meteorite. He had to temporarily put aside his other matters and focus on controlling his star shuttle. Shuttling through the dense asteroid sea, after 10 days or so, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the asteroid sea. In front of him was still an endless sea of meteorites, with no end in sight. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. In any case, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Amidst the dark asteroid sea, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Various life auras, both strong and weak, came from that direction as well as the sound of fierce fighting. There are actually people in this place. Yang Kai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute and a desperate struggle. Involuntarily, Yang Kai thought of the group of people he met a few days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yang Kai had been wandering around the star field for half a year and hadn't seen a single person. Now that he met them again, it was very likely that they were the same group. Last time, Yang Kai had learned from the other party's words that they were chasing after his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yang Kai quietly rushed over and hid his aura, soon arriving behind a huge meteorite. Using the cover of the meteorite, he looked over and found that his guess was correct. One side of the battle was the group of cultivators led by DG. Originally there were nearly 20 of them, but now less than half were left. The others were nowhere to be seen, but judging from the crimson bloodstains and broken limbs on the nearby meteorites, the missing half were most likely dead. The group of cultivators who were fighting DG and the others were not faring much better. Everyone was doing their best and panting heavily, using all kinds of subtle secret arts and artifacts, many of them cursing as they fought. Both sides were in a tragic situation with people constantly injured and dying. Yang Kai hid nearby, so no one noticed that the souls of the dead cultivators were all being sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by an invisible suction force. These people were all Saint King Realm masters and would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Yang Kai was happy to see this and quietly moved towards the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the souls of the dead cultivators. DG and his group were not good people. Yang Kai could see this from their previous attitude towards him. If it weren't for DG having scruples at that time, these people would have definitely attacked him. So, even if they all died, Yang Kai didn't care. Yang Kai didn't know the people fighting DG, so there was no need for him to stand up for them. Yang Kai liked to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Yang Kai didn't know how long the two sides had been fighting, but from the extent of their consumption, it should have been at least 1 or 2 hours. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the meteorite sea drifted. Yang Kai had been moving with them all this time, secretly praying that the remaining cultivators would die early and reincarnate. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people left alive. No matter which side it was, there were only 3 or 5 people left. Even Third Order Saint Kings couldn't avoid the call of death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, keenly noticed that there was one person who, even after seeing his companions die, didn't care about them at all. Instead, he simply ran back and forth across the asteroids, carefully inspecting them one by one, as if he was looking for something. Chapter 1085. The reduction in the number of people and the huge consumption of their own strength seemed to have caused both sides to gradually become more rational. They no longer fought without any regard for their own safety and instead became more cautious. Yang Kai waited for half a day but couldn't help feeling bored. If no one died, there was no way for him to obtain any benefits, so continuing to stay here was just a waste of time. So, he quietly left the asteroid he was hiding behind and prepared to continue to his destination while tempering the souls of the several dozen Saint King Realm cultivator he had devoured before. Both sides in the battle were busy dealing with their opponents, so no one discovered his whereabouts. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away from the battlefield and was about to summon his star shuttle when a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned his head and saw a bright flash of light amidst the encirclement of countless asteroids, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai came to a halt, a look of astonishment filling his face. That energy fluctuation just now felt very familiar to him. It was clearly space force fluctuations. In other words, it was very likely that someone had torn space on the other side. This discovery made Yang Kai slightly surprised. After spending a few years in the Starry Sky territory, Yang Kai had learned from various sources that the number of cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was shockingly small. Even if one searched the entire starry sky territory, there weren't many. Space Force was a very obscure type of force, difficult to learn, difficult to master, and even more difficult to study. Unexpectedly discovering something in this place made Yang Kai want to inquire about who this person was and see if he could learn from their methods. It would be best if they could interact with each other. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai soon arrived at the previous battlefield. Yang Kai's expression became even more puzzled as he found that there was not a single person there at the moment, only a weak space force slowly spreading out. What happened? Kai Yang could no longer hold back the curiosity in his heart, so he turned around and rushed back. Not long after, he once again arrived at the previous battlefield. Looking left and right, this place was indeed deserted. The few people who were still fighting had long since disappeared, and the strange thing was, there were no corpses nearby. Following the weak space force, Yang Kai came to a stop on a mountain-like asteroid and stood in front of a hollow gate. This gate was extremely simple, and at first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. A thick layer of space spirit crystal was inlaid on its frame. At the base of the door, there were 2 grooves in which Saint crystals could be placed. In these 2 grooves, the 2 high-rank Saint crystals were dim, their internal energy having been completely consumed. Space array? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that things weren't as he thought. The reason why there were weak spatial energy fluctuations was not because someone had torn space, but because the space array had been opened. As for the 2 Saint crystals that had been drained of their energy, it should have been because the space array had been activated. How could there be a space array here? In other words, when the 2 sides were fighting before, the cultivator who had not participated in the battle and had instead been searching for something on the meteorite had been aiming for this space array? What was on the other side of this space array? The 2 missing groups must have been teleported away through this space array. Yang Kai stood in front of the space array, his expression fluctuating as his thoughts raced. A moment later, Yang Kai reached out and took out the 2 Saint crystals he had placed at the base of the space array. The 2 high-rank Saint crystals had already lost their energy and replaced them with 2 other intact high-rank Saint crystals before pouring his true chi into them and activating the space array. A bright light flashed and the center of the gate in front of him rippled, gradually becoming unreal and illusory. Yang Kai's threads of divine sense penetrated the gate and coincided with the power fluctuations of the space array, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. He didn't see anyone, only a grotesque land. Here the vegetation was lush, the sun was bright, and the land was thriving. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a rich land. Yang Kai took back his threads of divine sense and without hesitation, walked towards the gate of the space array. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared on the same continent he had seen before. The world energy aura was overwhelming, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. The world energy aura on this continent was actually richer than on Rainfall Star. Although it couldn't be compared to the floating continent, it was definitely not something other cultivation stars could compare with. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid tattoo on his chest finally played a huge role. Under the large mouth on the tattoo, a large amount of world energy actively rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a relaxed look, even thinking about entering retreat here until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was simply too rare. If it weren't for giving Shuiyu face, Holly Ka wouldn't have given this treasure to Yang Kai. Although the medicinal efficacies would only last for 2 to 3 years before gradually disappearing, so far only half of that time had passed. Yang Kai really didn't want to waste it. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. In the starry skies, he could perfectly conceal his aura and prevent others from discovering him. However, he couldn't do so here. Even if he could restrain his aura, the heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly devouring the world energy. This kind of abnormality would be easily detected by others. Sure enough, just as he began to worry, the cultivator who had arrived here first flew over from a short distance away. There weren't many of them, each side only having 3 or 5 people. They all seemed to be wondering why someone had suddenly broken into this place. A moment later, the 2 sides who had been fighting before gathered together, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, wondering which side he belonged to. The monster race man named DG was stunned for a moment before grinning meaningfully. "Boy, how come it's you?" The woman who had been following him also looked at Yang Kai strangely, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She thought that Yang Kai had followed them all the way here. "Don't misunderstand, I don't know them, I just met them once in the star field." Yang Kai ignored DG and instead explained to the other group of people who were glaring at him. The leader of this group was also a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his strength was the same as DG's, a third-order Saint King. He stepped out of the group and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by and saw a cluster of light in the asteroid sea, so I followed it to have a look. I didn't expect it to be a space array, so I came here out of curiosity. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me, I'll just take a look and leave." As he spoke, Yang Kai secretly remained vigilant. Although there were fewer people on both sides right now, both of them had third-order Saint Kings. On top of that, both sides were extremely vigilant towards him, so the slightest mistake would lead to him being besieged. Yang Kai had no choice but to lower his posture while thinking about how to make them fight for a while longer. It would be best if all of them died, which would give him plenty of time to explore this continent and see if there was anything good here. The man who spoke just now stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. After a long time, he nodded, his eyes suddenly flashing a kind light as he smiled and said, "I believe in you." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. "Boy, since you've come here, don't even think about leaving," DG laughed. "Before in Starfield, Father here didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't bother to deal with you, but now that we're here, I want to see where you can run." Saying so, he turned to the middle-aged man and shouted, "Guiche, you and I have consumed a lot of Saint Crystals and restorative pills. This little brat is a fat sheep. The last time we met, he directly threw out 1,000 pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal, each one of them excellent. I'm sure he has even more Saint Crystals in his space ring. How about we split it 50-50? "That's a good proposal." The middle-aged man named Guiche nodded lightly, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai also looked at him with a smile, his expression indifferent. DG laughed and said, "Guiche, although Father here looks down on you, you're a straightforward person, something Father here appreciates very much. Let's put it this way, do you want to do it or should I? Why don't the two of us do it together to avoid suspicion?" Guiche slowly shook his head. "I won't do it." DG gawked for a moment, but before he could figure out what Guiche meant, the latter turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, would you like to come with us?" "Come with you?" Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Let's explore this place together. No one has been here for a long time, so there are many good things waiting for us to explore. If you follow us, there will be many benefits for you, how about it?" Guiche invited sincerely. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned, not knowing why Guiche was inviting a third-order Saint Cultivator. Not only did DG's group feel this way, even those around Guiche wore suspicious looks. Only the monster race master, DG, who seemed rough on the surface but was actually quite perceptive, instantly understanding Guiche's intentions and snickering, "Guiche, aren't you being a bit too shameless? If you want this little brat to explore some dangerous places for you, just say so. What's the point of trying to tempt him with benefits? Little brat, don't listen to his nonsense. Father can guarantee that as long as you agree, not only will you not gain any benefits, you'll even die without a burial." With DG's words hitting the nail on the head, everyone suddenly understood. Guiche didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and instead looked even more sincere. "Yes, I do have such an idea, but little brother, your strength is too low. How can you obtain any benefits without paying a price? If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to survive. I won't let you go to places that are too dangerous, but if you follow DGN, you won't live past tomorrow." "Can I act alone?" "Just pretend you didn't notice me," Yang Kai said with a distressed look. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. "Good, it looks like if I don't choose a side, I'll die immediately, right?" DG and Guiche didn't speak, the former just snickering, his intentions obvious. Chapter 1086. Yang Kai's eyes wandered between Guiche and DG for a moment before he pointed to Guiche and said, "I'll go with you." Guiche nodded with satisfaction. DG had an indifferent expression on his face. Although having a laborer to explore the way was good, Yang Kai's strength was too low for DG's liking. With just a third-order saint, as long as he encountered any kind of danger, he would lose his life, so what use was there for him? DG's only regret was the Saint Crystals in Yang Kai's space ring, but the world energy aura in this place was rich, so Saint Crystals didn't matter. Snorting, DG turned to Yang Kai and said sarcastically, "Little brat, you'll die an ugly death, don't blame me for not warning you." "I'll only die faster if I follow you," Yang Kai retorted mercilessly. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either of these two groups. If he couldn't win, he could just hide. The third-order Saint King Guiche wanting to capture him was simply a fool's dream. The reason Yang Kai compromised was because he wanted to use these people to explore the mysteries of this place. Since they were all looking for this place, it was obvious they knew something about it. I'll be waiting to collect your corpse. DG stretched out his hand and nodded to Yang Kai before waving his hand and shouting, "Let's go." Saying so, he led the people around him and flew off in a certain direction. There weren't many people left with him, so obviously he didn't want to fight with Guiche anymore. "Let's go." Guiche didn't try to stop them and simply nodded with a smile before walking off in a different direction. The other three followed closely behind, with Yang Kai keeping up with their pace and bringing up the rear. No words were spoken along the way as Guiche and the others didn't seem to be in the mood to talk. The previous battle had left them with countless casualties and everyone was still immersed in the grief of losing their friends and family, so naturally they didn't bother to pay attention to a small outsider like Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also happy to see this and simply followed behind the four of them while silently observing their surroundings. Among these four, besides Guiche, who was a third-order Saint King, there was also a man with a face full of scars who was also a third-order Saint King. Guiche called him Ganji. There was also a young woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes that made one's imagination run wild. Finally, there was a tall and thin young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai. Both of them were second-order Saint King cultivators, but Yang Kai didn't know their names for the time being. With such a lineup, Yang Kai had absolutely no chance of winning, but Yang Kai was confident that he could escape. He looked carefully and found that the skinny, bamboo-like young man was the one who had been looking for him on the meteorite. He should be the one who found the space array. Along the way, from time to time, the young man would take out an ancient-looking animal skin parchment. There were many strange patterns and lines carved on the parchment. It should be a map. Under the leadership of this young man, the group pushed forward. This continent was rich in world energy, so naturally it was also rich in materials. Herbs that were hundreds or thousands of years old were everywhere. Yang Kai was delighted to see this and began collecting them. Guiche didn't stop him and instead joined the others in collecting herbs and putting them into his space ring. Yang Kai gave them a few pointers, telling them what kind of herbs to use and how to collect in order to maintain their full medicinal efficacies, immediately making the four of them look at him in a new light. "Are you an alchemist?" The young woman couldn't help asking. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. Alchemists were very few in number. Generally speaking, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation and realm were only secondary. Their combat strength was also very low. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the four obviously relaxed their vigilance towards him. "What grade of pills can you refine?" The young woman became even more curious. "Saint grade high-rank pills." "Not bad." Guiche interjected with a smile. "Being able to refine Saint grade high-rank pills with just a third-order Saint realm cultivation, it seems that you'll be able to refine Saint King grade pills in a few years. Such an alchemist will be coveted by many great forces. Boy, you need to work hard." Yang Kai grinned and nodded. "I'm curious, why is your body absorbing world energy all the time? What kind of pill did you eat?" The cultivator named Ganji looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of confusion filling his face. It wasn't just him, the others were also the same. The abnormality of Yang Kai's body was obvious. He obviously wasn't circulating his secret art, but the surrounding world energy was still constantly flowing into his body, helping him enhance his cultivation. This made them very curious and excited, so naturally they wanted to inquire about this. "I didn't eat any pills, it's all thanks to this." Kai Yang took the initiative to open his clothes, revealing his chest. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him, only to see a picture of a ghost infant. The ghost infant's mouth opened and closed, sucking in large amounts of world energy. "What is this?" The young woman couldn't help reaching out to touch it, but she didn't find anything unusual. "Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" Guiche's complexion changed slightly as he muttered, seeing through the mysteries of this flower at a glance. "Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" The other 3 also exclaimed, the slender young man's eyes flashing a fiery light as he asked excitedly, "That kind of strange treasure that can assist one's cultivation? You took a Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" Yang Kai nodded calmly. "Where did you get this thing?" Guiche asked anxiously, "Do you have any more?" The Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid was extremely rare, so even he couldn't help coveting it. With this thing he could save several years of cultivation time, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. "No, this was given to me by a senior," Yang Kai said as he straightened his clothes. He wasn't afraid of exposing the existence of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid because this kind of strange treasure would disappear once it was consumed. Even if others dug out their own flesh and blood, they wouldn't be able to use it again. Sure enough, when they heard Yang Kai's answer, all four of them showed looks of disgust. A third-order Saint Realm cultivator actually used such a rare treasure to assist in his cultivation, and instead of going into secluded retreat, it was simply too wasteful. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have obediently found a place with rich world energy and secluded themselves until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off, never coming out. For a time, the four of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and anger, Guiche even trembling with anger, seemingly wishing he could kill Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. There are so many materials here, maybe we can find one or two heavenly spirit ghost orchids, Yang Kai said casually. The young woman rolled her eyes at him. The environment in which the heavenly spirit ghost orchid grows is extremely harsh. How could it be so easy to find? I'm afraid there aren't any in this place. Don't be so long-winded, kid, lead the way. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, come back quickly. Ganji was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Kai wasting the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, so he pointed to the front and shouted at him. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and took the lead. This place was somewhat different from the floating continent. Although the world energy here was extremely rich and the materials here were abundant, there were clearly traces of monster beasts here. Moreover, these monster beasts were all high-level monster beasts, with countless 7th or 8th class ones appearing. Occasionally there would be a few 6th class ones, but they would appear in large groups, giving off a fierce aura. Guiche and the others obviously didn't know much about this place. Although they had the animal skin parchment in the young man's hand as a guide, the patterns on it were a mess and none of them could see through them, so they could only feel their way across the river. Yang Kai led the way and didn't encounter too much danger. He could easily kill a single 6th-order monster beast, but once he found a 7th-order or 8th-order monster beast, he would immediately turn back and inform Guiche and the others of the situation so they could deal with it. This kind of cautious behavior made the group of four despise him, all of them thinking that this little brat was a coward and a coward. Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, only displaying the strength of an ordinary third-order Saint cultivator. When fighting the monster beast he would also help out. Guiche and the others had been observing him for many days but didn't find anything suspicious, so they gradually relaxed their vigilance. A mere third-order Saint cultivator really wasn't qualified for them to pay too much attention to him. Guiche had invited Yang Kai to lead the way before, so he had done so in an open and above-board manner. However, Guiche had obviously overestimated the danger of this place. Besides the monster beast, there was no other danger here. As time passed, Yang Kai's harvest was great. In addition to the herbs he had collected, there were also the teeth, sharp claws, fur and monster cores of the monster beast. Guiche didn't take things too far. Every time a monster beast was killed, the rewards would be distributed according to their contributions. Naturally, Yang Kai's share was the least valuable. Yang Kai didn't complain. He gradually became familiar with this group of people, and although he knew they didn't have good intentions towards him, he didn't say anything. This group of people didn't seem to be from the same force. Although everyone obeyed Guiche's orders, it was obvious that Guiche and Ganji were on their own while the young woman and the thin young man were on the same side, supporting and helping each other in battle. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why people like them would gather together and what they were looking for in this place. He didn't ask because he was afraid of arousing suspicion from these four people. After another seemingly concerted battle, Guiche divided the spoils. The 8th Order Monster Beast's monster core was tossed to Ganji and several jars of the monster beast's blood were collected, one for each person. As for the monster beast's teeth, claws and fur, they weren't spared, cutting them off and putting them into their own space pouches. Yang Kai held a jar of blood and put it into his space ring with an indifferent look on his face. Monster beast's blood was also very useful. It could be used for alchemy, for arranging spirit arrays, and sometimes even for artifact refining. After the battle, it was naturally time to rest. These four people had taken a lot of Saint crystals from Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, each of them receiving 200 to 300 pieces. Now each of them was using these Saint crystals to restore themselves. Yang Kai recovered the fastest and was soon back to normal. An hour later, the young woman also opened her eyes and put the Saint crystals she hadn't used back into her space ring before walking over to a small lake nearby and washing her cheeks. Yang Kai looked around and found that the other three were still meditating, so he walked over to the lake, squatted down beside the young woman, and drank a mouthful of water. Chapter 1087. Although Yang Kai wasn't very old, he could still be considered a veteran in the field of flowers. From a woman's demeanor and words, he could infer what kind of personality she had, whether she was charming, loose, cold, elegant, or fiery hot, etc. When he first saw this young woman, he thought that she was a loose woman. Generally, women with peach blossom eyes were unwilling to be left alone. That kind of amorous feeling and charm was the best portrayal of their temperament. So at the beginning, he didn't approach this woman for fear that she would try to take liberties with him. However, after getting to know her better, Yang Kai discovered that this woman named Luo Yao was quite different from what he had imagined. She wasn't like Bai Ye from Purple Star. Instead, under her charming appearance, there was a hidden dignity and calm temperament. This kind of contradictory temperament was exceptionally attractive. Many times, Yang Kai found the tall and thin man following behind Luo Yao, staring unblinkingly at her millstone-sized buttocks and willow-like waist. Even Gui Che, when distributing the spoils of war, had deliberately given her more than he could chew. Ganji, who looked like a brave and ruthless outlaw, had taken care of her many times during the battle. It could be said that Luo Yao was the most comfortable person in this group. "Little boy, do you have something you want to ask? If you want to ask, just ask. What's the point of being so secretive?" After washing her face, Luo Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Her smile was faintly mischievous. She had obviously seen through Yang Kai's intentions to approach her. "I just want to know, what are you looking for here? How did you find the space array?" Yang Kai saw her take the initiative to ask and no longer tried to hide anything. The place where the two of them were talking wasn't too far from the other three, so if Gui Che and the others really wanted to conceal information, they would naturally stop them. Now that all three of them were still meditating and recovering, it meant that they didn't care, which made Yang Kai feel a lot bolder. Hiding his strength and showing weakness over the past few days had finally paid off, and this group of people no longer guarded against him. "I need to find a place to temper my body," Luo Yao said bluntly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a misty light. "As long as we can find that place, our bodies will become stronger. Although you are an alchemist, you can also be considered a cultivator. You should know the benefits of having a strong body, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he knew the benefits of having a strong physical body. It could be said that he had more authority than the other four. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to store so much Saint Qi, nor would he have been able to fight across realms. A strong physical body was the foundation of a cultivator. No matter how profound a cultivator's secret art or martial skill was, or how strange their Saint Qi was, without the support of their physical body, they would just be an insignificant character. "Where can I temper my body?" Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. "I'm not sure." Luo Yao shook her head. "This is the first time we've come here. You should have heard Gui Che say that no one has entered this place for many years. The reason we were able to come here was because of an ancient book and a map left behind by Ji Ping's ancestor." "An ancient book?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "My ancestor has been here before." The tall and thin man called Ji Peng had also fully recovered. He walked to the lakeside and interjected, "He obtained a lot of benefits and left some clues. It was by following those clues that I was able to find the space array hidden in the meteorite sea." Luo Yao chuckled lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, "Little boy, don't think that the space array is easy to find. You also came here through that space array, so you should know that it is placed on top of an asteroid. That space array moves with the asteroid sea, constantly changing its position. If you miss that period of time, it will be very difficult to find it again." Fortunately, Ji Ping's ancestor calculated some information and determined that the asteroid sea would pass through a certain range within a certain period of time. Even so, it took us nearly a year to find the space array in that large area before we finally found our target. What's worse is that DG and the others somehow got wind of this and actually chased after us, causing many of our people to die. We'll get our revenge in the future." Ji Ping coldly snorted, his thin face filled with viciousness as he glared at Yang Kai and bluntly said, "Boy, I'm letting you know this because you've been very obedient during this time. If you cooperate obediently, once we find that space array, there will naturally be benefits for you. At the same time, you can also temper your body and make it stronger." "I know, I'll behave myself," Yang Kai solemnly declared. Half an hour later, everyone had fully recovered. Ji Ping continued to look at the animal skin map in his hand while guiding everyone. Along the way, they didn't encounter any decent dangers. On this day, Gui Che, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped and stared forward with a dignified expression. A few dozen kilometers in front of them, Yellow sand danced in the air like a giant yellow dragon that connected the heavens and the earth, covering a large area. As far as the eye could see, the area in front of them was completely barren, seemingly devoid of life. An inexplicably dangerous aura came from that direction, causing Guiche and the others to release their divine senses to investigate, but to no avail. Their divine senses couldn't penetrate the yellow sand at all, as if there was something blocking their divine senses. Guiche turned his eyes to Yang Kai and motioned to Yang Kai to investigate. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply nodded before cautiously moving towards the area covered in yellow sand. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the yellow sand and began circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself before stepping into this territory. The flying yellow sand was like a sharp weapon that bombarded Yang Kai's body. Even with the protection of his Saint Chi, Yang Kai still felt sore all over. Opening his eyes and looking around, he could only see a meter around him. Guiche and the others were aware of the danger in this place, so how could Yang Kai not? Releasing his divine sense, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, and breaking through the blockade of space, Yang Kai quickly investigated everything in this place. The yellow sand covered an area of about 30 kilometers, and this 30 kilometers contained rich wind and earth energy fluctuations. These two types of energy were intertwined together to form an impenetrable net. The reason why Guiche and the others couldn't use their divine senses to investigate this place was because of this. Yang Kai thought that this was a natural wonder, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. This aura hid an evil aura, and in this world of yellow sand, there was clearly something alive. Standing motionless, Yang Kai stared in the direction of the source of this aura, wanting to see what was approaching him. The earth began to tremble as the fierce aura got closer and closer. Yang Kai even smelled a fishy stench that made him faint. Unable to see anything, all Yang Kai could see was the ground constantly collapsing, forming more yellow sand that was swept up into the sky by the wind, blurring his vision even more. Faintly, two huge pincers appeared, and as these pincers opened and closed, they seemed to be able to cut through space itself. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yang Kai quickly retreated, but the moment he left the area covered by the yellow sand, he saw two scarlet eyes staring at him through the sandstorm. An invisible pressure came from the sandstorm, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, Yang Kai's speed instantly increased to its maximum, instantly traversing more than 10 kilometers. A purple pincer pierced through the sandstorm and clamped down on his original position, cutting off the afterimage he had left behind. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat as he approached Guiche and the others without looking back. Not long after, he arrived beside Guiche, his face a little pale. "What did you find?" Guiche hurriedly asked. Ganji, Luo Yao, Ji Ping, and the others also stared at Yang Kai. "A kind of vicious beast." Yang Kai frowned. "It can control the power of wind and earth, has two big pincers, red eyes, and seems to have a tail that sticks up high. In that sandstorm, its figure is completely hidden, and even if you stand next to it, you won't be able to see it. It's a very dangerous, vicious beast." "Is the surface of its body purple?" Guiche's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes, when I left, it stretched out its pincers and they were indeed purple." "Do you know what they are?" The other three also stared at Guiche eagerly. Guiche suddenly grinned and said to the three of them, "Scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, have you heard of it?" Hearing what he said, the eyes of the three lit up, all of them showing excited expressions. Ganji yelled, "No way! Is it really a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion?" From what Yang Kai saw, coupled with my own judgment, it should be a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Haha, even if we can't find the place to temper our bodies, a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is worth the trip, Guiche laughed. But the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to an origin-returning realm master. Can the few of us kill it? Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes flashed with worry. It shouldn't be a problem. Ganji thought for a moment. A monster beast is a monster beast after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it fights us based on its instincts, it will only die. Indeed, Ji Ping also had no objections, his face filled with eagerness. Is that monster beast very good? Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Guiche grinned. It's even better than a 10th-order monster beast. Other monster beasts may not have anything valuable other than their monster core. Although their claws, teeth, and fur have some uses, they aren't very useful. However, this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is different. Its shell, tail, and pincers can all be used to refine artifacts that are origin grade. Its blood and venom can be used to refine pills, and its monster core can be used to enhance a cultivator's strength. It can be said that its entire body is a treasure. The most valuable part is its monster core because it is a dual-attribute monster beast. It has perfectly integrated its two attributes, wind and earth. If a cultivator who cultivates wind or earth attributes were to absorb its monster core, that person would very likely be able to peer into the mysteries of another territory. What do you think? This time even Kai Yang was moved. Chapter 1088. Generally speaking, a cultivator would only store a single type of energy in their body, not because there was a limit, but because they were biting off more than they could chew. A single type of energy, a single territory, was enough for a cultivator to spend a lifetime studying and comprehending. However, most cultivators could use many different types of energy, whether with the help of martial skills or artifacts. For example, Yang Kai himself was able to use the Yang attribute energy and the unyielding golden skeleton's evil attribute energy. He could also use the wind and thunder force of his wind and thunder wings. The four types of energy were divided into primary and secondary types. The Yang attribute energy and the unyielding golden skeleton's evil attribute energy were the main focus of Yang Kai's life. He had been studying the mysteries of these two types of energy for a long time now, eventually fusing them together to form a monstrous demonic flame capable of incinerating all things in the world. The wind and thunder force could only be used slightly when summoning the wind and thunder wings. The monster core of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion naturally contained the wind and earth forces, perfectly fusing them together, making it extremely valuable. Gui Chei's group of four gathered together, each of them brimming with fighting spirit, their eyes shining brightly as they discussed their respective positions and responsibilities in the upcoming battle. The scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion was a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the origin returning realm. If these four Saint Kings wanted to kill it, they would have to bear a certain amount of risk, but from their confident looks, it was obvious they were confident they would succeed in this battle. None of these four were fools, so naturally they wouldn't get involved in such a dangerous situation. Yang Kai didn't participate. With his third-order Saint Realm cultivation, he wasn't qualified to participate in this battle, but he didn't insist and simply stood aside, seemingly bored. An hour later, after everything had been discussed, Gui Chei grinned meaningfully and took the lead, rushing towards the area covered in yellow sand. Gan Ji and Ji Ping wore solemn expressions, not daring to act carelessly. Luo Yao also giggled charmingly as she fell in behind. The four of them wore different expressions, none of them paying any attention to Yang Kai, quickly disappearing into the distance. After a while, Yang Kai sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from that direction. The sandstorm that connected the sky and the earth became even more violent. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Yang Kai could still smell the stench that belonged to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed, mixed with the shouts and roars of the four people. The battle seemed to be very intense. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, but he couldn't see anything. He could only see a few erratic figures moving in the sandstorm. As time passed, the fiendish aura gradually weakened, while the energy fluctuations coming from Gui Chei and the others grew stronger and stronger. Obviously, they were preparing to take down the ninth-order monster beast in one fell swoop. Feeling that it was about time, Yang Kai leisurely flew over with a smile on his face, looking very pleased. When he arrived, he discovered a ferocious beast the size of a house lying on the yellow sand. It was motionless and had lost all signs of life. Gui Chei and the others were almost all injured, all of them standing in place, gasping for breath. The guy named Ganji was particularly miserable, with a meter-long wound on his thigh that was so bloody that his white bones and thick meridians could clearly be seen. This wound had almost reached his crotch, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate for him. There was no time to deal with their spoils. The four of them quickly took out pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai walked over to the monster beast and circled around it a few times before reaching out and knocking on its hard carapace in amazement. He could also see that what Gui Chei and the others said was true. The carapace of this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, as well as its pincers and tail, were all excellent materials for artifact refining. As long as they were supplemented with some suitable ores and a skilled artifact refiner, they could be refined into an origin-grade artifact. No wonder they had all become so excited when they heard that they had found a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. After half a day, the four of them gradually recovered. This battle had consumed a great deal of their strength. Guiche first consulted the opinions of the other three before walking over to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Tearing open the weak point between its carapace and abdomen with his hands, Guiche reached inside and a moment later took out a fist-sized monster core that glowed blue and yellow. Guiche laughed. This monster core is worth at least 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals. And I'll keep it for now. When we get out, I'll find someone to sell it and we'll split the Saint crystals equally. Saying so, regardless of whether the others agreed or not, Guiche directly put the monster core into his space ring. Yang Kai could clearly see that Ganji and the others all frowned, obviously displeased, but none of them objected. Guiche spent a great deal of effort to cut the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion into 8 pieces. He himself took the hard shell on the back of the monster beast, which could be used to create an excellent defensive artifact armor. Ganji obtained the scorpion's tail while the 2 huge pincers were divided equally between Ji Peng and Luo Yao. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched. He had not participated in the battle, so naturally he was not qualified to divide the spoils. Even the small amount of blood left behind was taken by Guiche into his own space ring, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who had come to investigate the situation just now. Although this kind of distribution was somewhat selfish, it was barely fair, so even if the others had some complaints they didn't voice them. As for Yang Kai's opinion, they didn't care. Let's rest for a while, Guiche ordered, and everyone sat down to meditate. Ji Peng took out the animal skin again and carefully studied it, his brow furrowed. Suddenly Ji Peng let out a loud cry. Everyone was alarmed and turned to look at him, only to see him beaming with joy and dancing with joy, clearly extremely excited. What did you find? Guiche hurriedly asked. I think we may not be far from our goal. Ji Peng's face was full of joy. His slight dissatisfaction with Guiche's distribution of the spoils had long been forgotten. Hearing him say this, several people rushed over to Ji Peng's side, Yang Kai also moving over to observe. The animal parchment was filled with all kinds of strange symbols. At the top of the parchment was a huge cross, which should be the target they were looking for. At other places on the parchment, there were also some symbols that represented special meanings. Look at this yellow territory. I didn't know what it meant before, but now I understand. It represents the place where the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is located. Ji Peng pointed to the animal skin and explained his discovery. If this mark is our current location, then wouldn't this blue area be the jungle we passed through before? Guiche asked thoughtfully. Then this should be the lake. Luo Yao also pointed to a certain place and expressed her opinion. It should be correct. Let me see, as long as we keep moving forward, we should be able to find that place in a few days. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was overjoyed. There seems to be some danger ahead. Kai Yang interjected, pointing to a mark on the animal skin. That mark was a large bird flying in the sky. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an existence to be provoked. A bird-type monster beast was destined to be more difficult to deal with than a land-based monster beast. Their movements were faster and their bodies were more flexible. Among the same level of monster beast, a bird-type monster beast was much more powerful than a land-based monster beast. Let's take it one step at a time. If that place really is dangerous, we'll take a detour. Guiche took a deep breath. After resting for a while, everyone recovered to their peak condition and continued moving forward. The large bird pattern on the animal parchment caused everyone in the group to be on tenterhooks, raising their heads from time to time, but even when they were about to leave the area, they still didn't see a single monster beast. This made everyone who was ready to fight at any time very confused, wondering if they had gone the wrong way. Suddenly, a bright arc of lightning appeared in front of them and a piercing aura of thunder rippled outwards, causing everyone's expression to change. As far as the eye could see, there was a tree that wasn't very tall standing more than a dozen kilometers away. On the sparse leaves, there were constantly flashes of long and short lightning. The 5 of them released their divine senses to investigate the situation within a radius of a few dozen kilometers. After determining that there was no danger nearby, they followed Guiche's lead and approached the tree. After a while, everyone stopped and stood in front of the tree, staring at it in a daze. The tree in front of him, which was only as tall as a person, contained a terrifying aura of lightning. The few dozen leaves seemed to be completely formed by lightning. Light constantly flowed on the surface of the leaves. Each leaf looked incomparably hard, as if they were made of sparkling jade. They were in a translucent state. What kind of tree is this? Luo Yao asked curiously. In this group of people, apart from Kai Yang who was ignorant and inexperienced, The other four could be considered to have seen a lot, but none of them recognized this tree. Is there no record of it in your ancestors' ancient books? Ganji turned to look at Ji Peng, but the latter slowly shook his head. No. Maybe when he came here this tree didn't exist. It's impossible for such a spirit treasure to appear for no reason. Are you hiding something? Ganji looked at Ji Peng with some disbelief. Ji Peng coldly snorted and said unhappily, Is there a need for me to hide anything? This is a birdwood. Guiche suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with excitement. Birdwood? The three of them were surprised. Ji Peng quickly recovered and looked at Guiche. You mean? The bird pattern on the animal skin map should be a thunder attribute flying monster beast. It died here, its body and monster core gave birth to this birdwood. Guiche shouted, his expression becoming more and more excited. Ji Peng also seemed to think of something and quickly said, According to my ancestors' ancient books, he did see a big bird wrapped in thunder and lightning, and according to his records, it was a thunder luan. A sharp intake of breath rang out as a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. Guiche and the other two elders' gazes towards Ji Peng also changed. Ji Peng shrugged his shoulders. If I had told you this news earlier, you wouldn't have come here. In any case, the Thunder Luan is dead now, so we won't be in any danger. I'll settle accounts with you when we get out. You knew there was a Thunder Luan here, yet you dared to trick us into coming here. Guiche ground his teeth. Chapter 1089. Listening to the quarrel between the four of them, Yang Kai understood that the so-called Thunder Luan was actually a 10th-order bird monster beast that was extremely rare. After it died, its flesh and monster core transformed into nutrients that allowed this bird tree to grow. The avian wood could only be produced in the places where extremely powerful flying beasts died, and the chances were very low. Even if 10,000 high-level flying beasts died, there might not even be one avian wood. This required the right time and the right place, and neither could be missing. Furthermore, the characteristics of each avian tree were different, completely depending on the nature of the bird-type demonic beast that gave birth to them. The Thunder Luan was a thunder attribute monster beast, so the bird tree it produced after its death was naturally also of the thunder attribute. Although everyone was somewhat indignant that they had concealed the existence of the Thunder Luan from Ji Peng, and Guiche had even declared that he would settle accounts with him after they left, the huge value of this bird tree still tempted everyone. After entering this place, except for Yang Kai, who had only obtained some herbs and insignificant benefits, everyone else had made a fortune. Now that there was a thunder attribute bird tree in front of them, and one that had been produced after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, everyone was so happy and excited that they didn't even have time to look for trouble with Ji Peng. They all began to dig, pushing aside the surrounding soil. A cold light flashed across Ji Peng's eyes, but Yang Kai simply turned his head and pretended not to notice while also helping out. A short time later, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and inside it was a huge skeleton several thousand meters long. From the appearance of this skeleton, it was indeed a bird monster beast, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared and its monster core was nowhere to be found. Even its bones had decayed and turned to dust with a single touch. All the energy of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan had been transferred to this bird tree. Guiche pushed his Shang-Chi to protect his body as he carefully pulled out this human-sized bird tree, not even daring to damage its roots. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to put this treasure into his space ring again, the other three immediately objected and began shouting one after another. Guiche ignored this and forcibly took the bird wood for himself. Although he said that he would distribute it after they left this place, anyone could see that he wanted to monopolize this bird wood. The originally joyous atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Yang Kai stayed out of this, secretly guessing that if not for the greater benefits waiting for them, the other three would not hesitate to attack Guiche. However, their final destination was not far away. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts and wait for the final reward before making any plans. The atmosphere in the team was very strange. Yang Kai followed silently at the back, very inconspicuous. The further they went, the more desolate it became. It seemed that starting from the territory of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, the earth had become barren. The land that should have been full of vitality had somehow become barren, and even the world energy here was gradually disappearing. On this day, as they were walking, everyone suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation in front of them. At the same time, the blood in everyone's body began to surge uncontrollably, causing the faces of the 5 people to turn red. The turbulence of their blood caused them to become excited and violent, causing everyone's eyes to gradually turn red and their breathing to become heavy. Found it. Ji Peng was startled for a moment before summoning his star shuttle without hesitation and flying towards the source of this strange energy fluctuation. The others were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. The strange energy fluctuations became more and more intense, stimulating the flow of their blood more and more. Yang Kai even heard a violent heartbeat coming from their chests. This situation was very abnormal, causing Yang Kai to immediately become vigilant. In the blink of an eye, all of them were above a crater. The crater was filled with a bright red liquid that looked as thick as blood. The liquid reflected the sunlight, making this large area look strange and beautiful. Body-tempering divine pond? Gui Che turned to look at Ji Peng. Ji Peng nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. How do I use it? Ganji asked anxiously. They had worked hard and paid a huge price to find this pond. Now that they had arrived, he naturally couldn't wait to temper his body and make it stronger. This was the foundation of a cultivator. The various benefits they had obtained along the way couldn't compare to this kind of fundamental improvement. It's nothing special. Ji Peng laughed and was the first to jump into the blood-red pond, splashing water everywhere as Ji Peng's head emerged and he let out a muffled groan, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. But soon this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless joy. Ji Peng's body seemed to have been greatly nourished and his second-order Saint King aura involuntarily began to spread. Anyone could sense that his vitality force was rapidly increasing. Gui Che, Ganji, Luo Yao and the others were still a little vigilant, fearing that Ji Peng was hiding something at the last moment, but after seeing him jump in so unscrupulously, they no longer hesitated, fearing that all the benefits would be taken by Ji Peng alone, so they all jumped into the so-called body-tempering divine pond. The pond wasn't too big, only about 300 meters in diameter. It was unknown what kind of mysteries were hidden inside, but as soon as the three of them entered, they all showed joyful expressions. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Ji Peng opened his eyes and glanced at him, shouting, "Boy, go to the edge, you can't bear the pressure in the middle." "I can also come in?" Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Ji Peng laughed, "I told you when we came here. If you cooperate honestly, you'll naturally benefit. Of course I'll keep my word." Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to jump in rashly, but knowing that he couldn't refuse, he could only follow Ji Peng's instructions and land at the edge of the pond. As soon as he entered the pond, Yang Kai's face changed. From all directions, a fierce pressure bombarded him, causing him severe pain, as if his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been severely damaged, causing his face to go pale. But in the next moment, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless comfort. An inexplicable force overflowed from the pond and penetrated into his body. Under the influence of this force, Yang Kai clearly felt that his blood had undergone some subtle changes. Just like Ji Peng before, his vitality was rising and his life aura was also becoming stronger. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in examining his own condition. His Saint Chi flowed rapidly through his meridians while his golden blood swelled and absorbed the surrounding energy. Then a miraculous thing happened. Within his own faint golden blood, a spot of even purer golden blood suddenly appeared. This pinprick of golden blood, which was only the size of a needle tip, contained a tremendous amount of flesh power and unimaginable energy. Yang Kai stared blankly at this scene. This newly formed blood was somewhat similar to the blood of the great demon god, and it could be said that it was infinitely close. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai's blood had slowly transformed into a golden color over the years. At first, this change wasn't obvious, and when he was injured, his blood would only be mixed with a faint golden hue. But as his cultivation improved, this golden brilliance gradually overshadowed the original red hue. It wasn't until a few years ago that Yang Kai's blood was no longer red, only a golden brilliance remained. However, he knew better than anyone that although his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability, it was still several grades worse than the great demon god's demon god golden blood. Yang Kai didn't know how to make his golden blood purer and more powerful, so he could only continue to cultivate and improve his cultivation, hoping that as his strength increased, his golden blood would also become purer. This time, following Ji Peng and the others into this so-called body-tempering divine pond had actually given him an unexpected harvest. Yang Kai instantly understood that this body-tempering divine pond was not for tempering one's physique, but rather for tempering one's blood. When one's blood was tempered, it would increase one's vitality and strengthen one's physique. Ji Peng may have misunderstood the true purpose of this place. This kind of tempering was far more thorough than simply tempering one's physique. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and opened his mind to the strange energy that was pouring in from all directions. His mind was constantly observing the newly formed golden blood, slowly growing from the needle tip to the size of a grain of rice and then to the size of a soybean. A new drop of golden blood finally formed, and realizing its uniqueness, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved. The power contained in this new drop of golden blood was incomparable to the previous drops of golden blood, almost 10 million times greater. This was the true demon god golden blood. Another drop of golden blood slowly formed, repeating the same process as before. After an hour, Yang Kai had formed 3 new drops of golden blood in his body. He didn't know how many benefits the others had obtained, but he was certain they wouldn't be inferior to his own. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying this moment though, Ganji's exclamation suddenly reached his ears. "Where did Ji Peng go?" This shout woke everyone who was immersed in the joy of their own transformation, and after looking around they really couldn't find any trace of Ji Peng. Yang Kai's face sank and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Soon, at the very bottom of the pond, Yang Kai noticed Ji Peng's life aura. "I knew there was a problem." Gui Che roared, his figure quickly diving down, wanting to see what kind of tricks Ji Peng was playing. Just as his figure disappeared, Ji Peng suddenly jumped out of the pool, floating in the air with his body dripping wet, calmly looking at everyone. On his face there was a sinister grin. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and wanted to jump out of the pond, but before he could do anything, a huge suction force came from under the water, as if 2 invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, making him unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red pond began to bubble one after another and the sound of popping filled the air. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than the previous one seeped out of the pond and squeezed into everyone's bodies. The drop of demon god golden blood that had just appeared in Yang Kai's body began to grow at an incredible speed. Chapter 1090. Inside the body-tempering divine pond, Gui Che, Ganji, and Luo Yao all went pale as their bodies trembled. Even though they were 2nd or 3rd order Saint King Realm masters, they still couldn't bear such a powerful pressure. Yang Kai was also in great pain and couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. However, the drop of pure demon god golden blood in his body was constantly growing, effectively alleviating the pressure on him, so when he turned his head to look around he found that among the 4 of them, he was in the best condition. The other 3 were already on the verge of collapse and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. "Ji Peng, what are you doing?" Ganji roared angrily. Ji Peng glanced down at him indifferently, his eyes filled with sarcasm, not saying a word, staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Gui Che shouted, "Ji Peng, you'd best pray that I can't get out of here, otherwise I'll tear out your bones and tear you to shreds." Ji Peng laughed and said without fear, "I've already opened the altar at the bottom of the divine pond. You're all sacrifices to the divine pond, so no matter how great your abilities are, you won't be able to leave." "Altar?" Gui Che's face changed as he shouted hoarsely, "You really were hiding something." Ji Peng sneered, "If I had told you everything, I'm afraid the one being treated as a sacrifice right now would be me. It's not like I don't know how sinister you are, Gui Che, so why do you think I brought you here? With such great benefits, why didn't I monopolize them? What a joke. Now that things have gotten to this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that this body-tempering divine pond contains all kinds of unimaginable mysteries. It can indeed temper one's body, but if you want to thoroughly temper it, you won't be able to do so without enough sacrifices. After you die, just like the Thunder Luan, your bodies and cultivations will be turned into pure energy while I, like the bird tree, will grow stronger as you die." Hearing him say this, everyone's faces turned even paler, only now realizing Ji Peng's true intentions and thoroughly recognizing his sinister face. Although Gui Che and Ganji weren't people with great wisdom, they weren't mediocre either. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for them to fall into such a simple and obvious trap. They had been on guard against Ji Peng the entire time, but along the way the various benefits they had obtained had caused them to relax their vigilance and become immersed in the joy of their gains. When they arrived in front of the body-tempering divine pond, Ji Peng took the lead and jumped in, followed by the rest of them. It wasn't until something happened that they realized that all of this had been part of Ji Peng's plan. But now it was too late for regrets. Everyone was struggling with all their might, wanting to jump out of the body-tempering divine pool. But the more they struggled, the stronger the suction force under the pool became. Everyone could only stick their heads above the surface of the water, accepting the crazy tempering of their blood while waiting for death to descend. Ji Peng, you even want to scheme against me? Luo Yao's hair was disheveled as she stared at Ji Peng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. The grim and triumphant expression on Ji Peng's face slowly converged as he stared at Luo Yao with some pity. After a long silence he sighed, although we've only known each other for a few years, I don't want you to die. I still like you very much and want to enjoy the effects of this body-tempering divine pool with you. Luo Yao's face lit up with joy as a smile bloomed on her charming face. She had thought that Ji Peng really wouldn't let her die. But to her surprise, Ji Peng slowly shook his head, but it's too late to say anything now. The altar has already been opened, so you can't come out and I won't go in. Moreover, the number of sacrifices is too small. When my ancestor came here, there were more than a dozen people who were sacrificed. My ancestor's aptitude wasn't high, so when he came here, his cultivation was only on par with that little brat's. He pointed to Yang Kai and continued, he was only a third-order saint, the weakest existence in that group, so anyone could bully him and order him around. When the benefits of this body-tempering divine pool were discovered, he wasn't given a share, so everyone pushed him aside and monopolized the divine pool for themselves. But who could have known that it was this kind of exclusion that saved my ancestor's life? After everyone died, my ancestor waited until the divine pool calmed down and he alone enjoyed its effects. He recorded in the ancient records that if it weren't for this pool, even if he cultivated until his death, he would at most be a third or third-order Saint King cultivator. That was his limit. But do you know what his greatest achievement was? The third-order Origin Returning Realm, only one step away from the Origin King realm. Ji Peng's voice was high and his emotions were high as he waved his hands exaggeratedly. Although this Ji Peng's aptitude can't be said to be top-notch, it is still much better than my ancestors. With this body-tempering divine pool, I can advance towards the Origin King realm, and one day I will be able to reach that realm. Origin King realm. Gui Che suddenly laughed wildly, but blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, eyes and ears. Ignoring him, Gui Che stared at Ji Peng contemptuously. You think a piece of trash like you can cultivate to the Origin King realm? The Origin King realm is too worthless. Ji Peng didn't get angry and instead said leisurely, you will bear witness to it. When you become a part of my body, you will be able to bear witness to it with me. Luo Yao, although I am very sorry to you, you should join them and become a part of my body. And I will set up a memorial tablet for you to commemorate you. The days ahead are long and I believe I will meet a woman I like. Madman, you're a madman. Luo Yao's face went pale as she screamed. Say what you want. Ji Peng restrained his pity and stared down coldly. He really had nothing to say to this group of people who were about to die. All he had said just now was to vent his anger. The situation of the people in the pool was getting worse and worse. Aside from Kai Yang, the other three people's blood seemed to be boiling, breaking through their meridians, tearing their flesh apart and seeping out of their skin. Dark red blood flowed into the body-tempering divine pond, dyeing the already dark red divine pond even redder. Yang Kai only felt some discomfort, but he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. The capacity of a person's body was limited, just like how Saint Qi could be stored in one's dantian. When other cultivators reached this limit, they would no longer be able to store any more. Forcing one's Saint Qi into their dantian under the influence of external forces would only lead to endless troubles and even lead to one's death. Yang Kai was different. He used to be able to condense yang liquid, but now he could store excess Saint Qi in every inch of his physique. His body was limitless. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool was similar to the Saint Qi obtained through cultivation. Ji Peng opened the altar below and maximized the effect of the divine pool. Gui Che, Ganji, Luo Yao, and the others were unable to withstand this kind of tempering and dying was only a matter of time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was able to refine this demon god golden blood into pure demon god golden blood. He couldn't wait to refine this demon god golden blood as fiercely as possible. Now, there were already 10 drops of demon god golden blood in his body, each drop containing a terrifying amount of energy. A miserable howl rang out as Ganji suddenly went mad, his strength erupting like a tidal wave as he madly attacked his surroundings. His eyes turned red as blood flowed from them, making for a tragic appearance. Peng, star. A muffled bang rang out as a huge splash appeared in the body-tempering divine pool. After the pool water fell back down, the place where Ganji once stood was no longer there. Only pieces of flesh and broken limbs floated on the surface of the pool, gradually sinking to the bottom before being dissolved by the water and turned into huge nutrients. As soon as Ganji died, the body-tempering divine pool boiled even more and a large number of bubbles emerged from the bottom. Yang Kai clearly felt that the strength pouring into his body from all directions had increased, causing him to almost cry out in pain. What Ji Peng said about being a sacrifice was not a bluff but a fact. Now that Ganji had died as a sacrifice, the effect of the body-tempering divine pool had increased. The next moment, Luo Yao's screams resounded through the sky as this charming and dignified young woman followed in Ganji's footsteps. Before dying, Luo Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with an unforgettable hatred as she stared at Ji Peng, as if she wanted to imprint his ugliness into the depths of her soul. The two of them exploded one after the other, leaving not even their bones behind. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool suddenly rose to a whole new level. At this moment even Gui Che, who was the strongest among them, couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly called out, "Ji Peng, get me out of here and I'll give you my space ring." Ji Peng remained indifferent as he stared at him indifferently and said lightly, "You're dead, but when the body-tempering divine pool calms down, I'll naturally go down and look for you. I'll take everything in your space ring, everything here will be mine. You'll suffer retribution." Gui Che roared. Ji Peng laughed wildly, "I'll be waiting but you won't have the chance to see it." As soon as his voice fell, Gui Che completely exploded and the space ring he was wearing flew into the air before falling back into the pool and disappearing. Ji Peng's eyes were filled with envy, but he didn't rush to collect it. After waiting for a while, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face as he muttered, "How come it can even melt souls?" He had always been on guard against the souls of the few who had died escaping. He was also prepared to kill them all once they tried to do so. He would definitely not let their souls escape. What he hadn't expected was that the souls of these people didn't show any signs of escaping, as if they had been turned into sacrifices and disappeared along with their flesh and blood. Muttering to himself, Ji Peng suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and frowned, "Little brat, why aren't you dead yet?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged as he endured the unimaginable pain and torture, shaking his head as he said, "I don't know, maybe my strength is too low or maybe I'm still at the edge of the pool. Do you want to come down and check?" Ji Peng coldly snorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Kai nodded heavily, "You really are an idiot, only focusing on what's in front of you and not even noticing that someone was attacking you from behind." Ji Peng's face changed as he suddenly turned around and saw a blood-stained man with two horns on his head hiding his aura quietly approaching from behind. DG. Ji Peng's soul nearly left his body as he paled. After seeing the state of this monster race master, Ji Peng calmed down a lot. DG had encountered some kind of danger in battle, but his body was covered in wounds and he looked quite distressed. On top of that, he was by himself and his companions who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1091. Yang Kai had been following Ji Peng's group for many days now, and although there were some bumps along the way, they hadn't encountered much danger because Ji Peng had the ancient books left behind by his ancestor, so he knew which direction was the safest. However, DG was different. He had wholeheartedly wanted to find treasures here, so he had encountered all kinds of dangers. Along the way, several people around him had died long ago. He was the only one who was struggling at death's door, and his condition was not good. He had wanted to sneak up behind Ji Peng and kill him, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to see him so clearly. DG glared at Yang Kai fiercely, annoyed that he had ruined his plans. "How did you find this place?" Ji Peng asked coldly. DG snorted. "I'm not deaf. You think I can't hear the cries coming from here?" Saying so, his expression became ecstatic as he stared at Ji Peng and asked, "Is what you just said true? Can this body-tempering divine pond really improve one's physique? Did your ancestor really cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm?" "So what?" Ji Peng didn't deny it. DG had obviously been here for a while and had definitely heard what he and Gui Che were talking about, so denying it now was meaningless. Good. DG was overjoyed. "I didn't waste half a year looking for you. Before, I didn't know what you were doing, only that there were benefits to be obtained, but now I know. Ji Peng, you're not my opponent. If you want to live, leave obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." A trace of panic flashed across Ji Peng's face. He was only a second-order Saint King while DG was a minor realm higher than him, so he knew he wasn't his opponent. But soon this panic disappeared and Ji Peng smiled. "You're not in a good state right now, are you? If you could kill me easily there would be no need to speak such nonsense. I just don't know if the two of us really fought now who would be the one to survive in the end." "Did you see through me?" DG smiled freely, not feeling the slightest embarrassment as he nodded. Since you saw through me, I won't try to be mysterious. There are only the two of us left here, so I'm afraid neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we discuss this? What do you want? Ji Peng looked at him angrily. Although he knew that DG had also brought people into this place, he didn't expect to run into him at the last moment. He wanted to kill DG immediately, but he didn't dare act rashly. Let's not find trouble with each other. Anyway, this pool is so big. Let's enter it together to temper our bodies. That way, everyone will benefit from it and it won't hurt our relationship, DG suggested with a serious expression. Alright, that's what I was thinking. Since we've already come this far, I really don't want to fail at the last step. There's no harm in sharing some benefits with you. Ji Pingshuang quickly nodded. So it's settled then? DG chuckled. Ji Ping nodded again. The two of them looked at each other from a distance of more than 100 feet. Both of them had satisfied expressions on their faces, as if they had really come to an agreement. Suddenly, a dark golden armor appeared on Ji Peng's body. He waved his fists and a fierce energy burst out from them. The energy condensed into a solid form, and like sharp swords they whistled towards DG. Silver light flashed in DG's hands and a silver spear appeared in his hand. The patterns on the spear seemed to come alive, releasing a rich water attribute aura as they surged forward to meet Ji Peng's attack. A great battle was about to break out. The two who had previously reached an agreement were now attacking each other at the same time. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the pool, sneered. He knew that it was impossible for these two to coexist peacefully because Ji Peng wouldn't give DG any time to recover. Once DG recovered, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent, so he had to fight DG at this time. Regardless of whether he was confident or not, he had to give it his all. Although Ji Peng's cultivation was slightly inferior, DG's condition wasn't good, so until they fought to the end, no one knew who would emerge victorious. Yang Kai watched for a while before his interest waned and he relaxed his body and mind, no longer resisting the suction force from under his feet, allowing it to pull him into the pool. He wanted to see what mysteries were hidden in the pool. The dark red pool water roiled as if it was boiling, the various mysteries contained within constantly tempering Yang Kai's blood. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai sank all the way down and only after a long time did he feel himself touch the bottom of the pool. Only after reaching this point did the suction force disappear. The bottom of the pool was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. The dark red pool water blocked all light from penetrating. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out a strange illuminating stone and hold it in his hand before releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Not far away he sensed a strange fluctuation of power. He knew that this should be the location of the altar Ji Peng had mentioned. Instead of rushing to the altar, Yang Kai began to search around the bottom of the pool. A moment later, a space ring lying quietly at the bottom of the pool was found by Yang Kai. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai grinned widely. Inside this space ring, there was the thunder attribute birdwood bred after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, the carapace of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, countless herbs, and the monster core of a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. This was Guiche's space ring. Yang Kai stuffed the ring into his sleeve with satisfaction and carefully put it away. Space rings were very special because they contained their own independent space, so they conflicted with the demon mystic tome. All space rings could not be placed inside the demon mystic tome, but universe bags could. Yang Kai didn't know why this was the case. Guiche's space ring contained the most good things, so after finding it, Yang Kai felt relieved and continued to search nearby. The body-tempering divine pond wasn't big, only about 300 meters in diameter, but more than 1,000 meters deep. It wasn't difficult to find a few rings in such a place, and soon the space rings belonging to Ganji and Luo Yao were also collected by Yang Kai. Above the pond, fierce energy fluctuations mixed with the angry roars of Ji Peng and DG. The two of them were obviously still locked in a fierce battle. Yang Kai paid attention to them for a while and felt that they wouldn't be able to extricate themselves for a while, so he slowly swam towards the location of the altar. A moment later Yang Kai arrived at the altar, and looking around Yang Kai saw an altar-like object standing there quietly with an extremely complex spirit array engraved on top of it. It was surrounded by what appeared to be Saint crystals, all of them flashing with a dazzling light and giving off shocking energy fluctuations. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that these Saint crystals could no longer be called Saint crystals. They were even better than the best high-rank Saint crystals. and the energy contained inside them was almost incomparable to Saint Crystals. Was there a higher level of energy above Saint Crystals? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he didn't know what to call these Saint Crystals. Atop the altar, the lines on the spirit array were like the lines on a person's palm, densely intertwined and extremely complex. This place was obviously not naturally formed, but rather artificially arranged. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of master had created it. Countless specks of light, like fireflies that filled the sky, were flowing on the altar. It was so beautiful that it made one's mind sway. These specks of light converged into a stream of energy that seemed to circulate endlessly. The altar was covered with precious treasures that Yang Kai couldn't name, each one of them peerlessly rare. It was under the influence of this altar that the effects of these precious treasures were stimulated, allowing Yang Kai's blood to be tempered, allowing him to produce the purest demon god golden blood. Yang Kai was ecstatic and immediately sat down cross-legged on the altar, wanting to receive an even fiercer tempering. Who would have thought that as soon as he sat down, the entire altar would shake violently? The body-tempering divine pool seemed to have been stimulated by something, and the pool water suddenly lowered and converged fiercely towards the altar. Yang Kai paled, never having expected such a situation to occur. Desperately trying to break free from the altar, he was bound to the spot by the pool's water, unable to even move a finger. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the water level of the entire body-tempering divine pool was rapidly dropping. It wasn't that the pool's water was decreasing, but rather that it was being compressed by the altar. This anomaly also alarmed Ji Peng and DG, who were in the middle of a desperate struggle, and both of them stopped and stared towards the body-tempering divine pool in shock. After discovering that there was a large hole in the divine pool and the pool's water was rapidly decreasing, Ji Peng roared wildly and desperately rushed over. He had worked so hard, not hesitating to scheme against so many people, all for the sake of tempering his body. His wish was about to be fulfilled, and although DG was obstructing him, he wouldn't compromise. But if the body-tempering divine pool was gone, then he would never be able to achieve his goal. Abandoning DG, Ji Peng frantically chased after the falling water level, but was unable to touch it. DG was also dumbfounded and stood in place in a daze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the body-tempering divine pool, which was hundreds of feet deep, had dried up. All the water in the pool had been compressed into a small ball, condensing into a 10-feet-long blood-red crystal that looked like a cocoon. When Ji Peng chased down, he happened to see Yang Kai trapped inside this crystal cocoon like a dead man, but the altar that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. Standing in place, Ji Peng's eyes were dull as if he had lost his soul. A moment later, Ji Peng suddenly shouted and madly attacked the blood-red crystal, the full strength of a second-order Saint King causing DG, who was standing in the distance, to tremble. DG knew he had no way of dealing with Ji Peng's desperate attacks. But the strange thing was that the blood-red crystal was impregnable. Chapter 1092. Across the vast star territory, a starship carefully avoided the numerous asteroids as it headed towards its target. This starship wasn't very big, only about 200 meters in length, making it the smallest starship in star territory, barely a Saint King grade low rank. The hull of such a starship wasn't very sturdy, and from the many dents on its surface, it was obvious it had been hit by asteroids while sailing through star territory. If it had been any other high-grade starship, such a situation would have been impossible. This small starship sailed through star territory as if it was treading on thin ice. It seemed to be fully loaded with goods, so its speed wasn't very fast. Inside the hull, there were about 60 cultivators of different levels, each of them performing their own duties, all of them seemingly bored. This time they had been ordered to mine ore and had stayed on an ore star for half a year. It wasn't until a few days ago that the starship was finally filled with or that they set out to return. There had been 100 people when they arrived, but by the time they returned, nearly half of them had disappeared. For some reason, many of their companions had been killed by these star beasts while they were mining. Being able to return alive was already enough for them, so there was nothing to complain about. Half a year of hard work in exchange for many years of freedom, they were all very satisfied. After this trip back, there would be a large amount of rewards, and they could also learn more profound cultivation methods and martial skills. They could even obtain higher-grade secret treasures. Everyone was waiting for the victorious return of the battleship in this kind of imagination. Wu Yi was the person in charge of this starship and was a first-order Saint King. At such a young age, such a cultivation was already considered extraordinary on Shadowed Star. The elders of the family had even asserted that as long as she was willing to cultivate, she would definitely be able to reach the origin returning realm one day. Her strength wasn't the strongest on the starship. The strongest was the foreign elder of the family who had accompanied her, a third-order Saint King. However, he was very old, and besides guarding the starship and ensuring its safety, he didn't care about anything else. Even Wu Yi wasn't qualified to order this foreign elder to do anything. There were also a few other Saint Kings. After all, mining in the outside world required a certain level of strength. At this moment, Wu Yi was standing in the starship's power room, looking out at the twinkling star field through the transparent window, a look of longing flashing across her beautiful eyes. Shadowed Star was her homeland, but the world energy on Shadowed Star couldn't compare to that of the other cultivation stars in the territory of Yangkai Star. It was barren, lacking in materials, no high-grade precious treasures, and no powerful masters. On Shadowed Star, the strongest master was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and it was said that he was already 2,000 years old. Yang Kai didn't know if he would still be able to fight. On top of that, Shadowed Star was a relatively remote location in the entire Hengluo star field. This could be seen from the countless dead stars in its vicinity. If one wanted to find an or star to mine, it would take several months of sailing to reach it. During this time, everyone was constantly on edge, fearing that they would encounter too much danger and lose their lives. It was precisely because Shadowed Star was so remote and barren that the great forces in Yangkai Star's territory rarely paid attention to it. Even the villains from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair, who committed all kinds of crimes, didn't come here to plunder. Although Shadowed Star was also part of Yangkai Star's territory, it seemed to have become independent and had been forgotten by the world. Wu Yi wanted to leave Shadowed Star and explore the outside world. While she was still young, she wanted to see the wonders of other cultivation stars. She had heard from those who had been to other cultivation stars that there were many things in the outside world that couldn't be found on Shadowed Star. There were Origin King Realm Masters out there and all kinds of unimaginable wonders. On those cultivation stars, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. The people in the outside world had so many Saint Crystals they couldn't even use up all kinds of pills. Compared with the people on cultivation stars, Wu Yi felt like she was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, a true country bumpkin. She yearned for everything in the outside world, but the current situation of her family had shackled her wings to fly freely. Since she was young, she had been contributing her strength to her family. Everyone knew that this trip to her star would be extremely dangerous. Usually, out of 10 starships sent out, only 5 returned safely. No one dared to take on this task, so Wu Yi had no choice but to take the initiative to volunteer. Under the approving gazes of her family's elders, she had accepted this task. They felt that since she was a woman, even if she accidentally died outside, it wouldn't matter as the foundation of the family would not be damaged, so they readily agreed. If it were any other male direct descendant, these elders would definitely not have allowed it. A group of short-sighted fools, no wonder they can only wait for death on Shadowed Star. What's wrong with women? Wu Yi snorted softly as she clenched her fists lightly, vowing to herself that one day she would leave Shadowed Star, escape this suffocating cage, find her freedom, and experience a wider and more wonderful world. Young lady. A third-order Saint Cultivator hurried over, his eyes greedily lingering on Wu Yi's perky buttocks and soft back for a moment before quickly lowering his head and looking forward. What's the matter? Wu Yi turned to look at him. I just saw Yufeng run out with a group of people. Where did they go? Master Yufeng just found a blood red ore nearby and thought it was something valuable, so he went out with a group of people to bring it back, but the situation was completely different. The cultivator quickly reported. Ichim? What's the situation? Wu Yi suddenly became curious. She had just stood by the window and seen Yufeng lead a group of people out on their star shuttles and had indeed brought back something, but she hadn't expected it to be a blood red ore. Young lady should go and see for herself, subordinate doesn't know, the cultivator laughed dryly. Wu Yi frowned and thought about it for a moment before saying, lead the way. Staying in this starship all day long had driven her crazy, so now that there was something new, it was only natural that she would be interested. Perhaps Yufeng also thought so, so he had rashly left the starship and rushed into Starfield to bring back this blood-red ore. Somewhere in the starship, a large group of people were gathered around a 10-meter-wide, blood-red cocoon-like crystal, all of them exclaiming in amazement. Although they were all extremely curious, no one dared to approach this crystal except for Yufeng, who had brought it back. Yufeng looked around at his companions contemptuously and snorted, "Isn't it just a dead man inside? What's there to be afraid of?" Saying so, he deliberately patted the huge blood-red crystal. "Yufeng, what good thing did you find?" A clear and melodious voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn serious. The originally sloppy fellows all showed their best sides, and Yufeng even straightened his back, pretending to be mature and reliable. The crowd automatically parted to allow Wu Yi to enter, the fragrance of her body filling the small room, causing the group of people to greedily sniff the air, each of them wearing a happy expression. Wu Yi shook her head. She was the only woman on this starship, so this group of wolf-like men had probably long since become bored. She didn't care about the ugly behavior of her subordinates because each one of them had thicker skin than the last. No matter how she reprimanded them, they would still grin at her as if being reprimanded was a kind of honor, causing Wu Yi to feel quite helpless. As time passed, Wu Yi turned a blind eye to this situation. The more she paid attention to them, the more presumptuous they became. Yufeng, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore and rushed up to the men who were sniffing the air the most exaggeratedly, beating them to the ground with a few punches and kicks before viciously declaring, "Whoever dares disrespect the young lady, I'll take their life. Behave yourselves, show me no respect." As he spoke, he took deep breaths like a drowning fish. "Enough, enough," Wu Yi waved her hand. Wu Yi waved her hand and walked over to the cocoon-like blood-red crystal. "Is this what you found?" "Yes, young lady." Yufeng quickly rushed over to Wu Yi's side and pointed to the crystal. "I thought it was some kind of treasure, but when I got closer, I discovered that it wasn't at all. On top of that, there was a dead man inside, a pitiful one who had been dead for who knows how long. When I saw him drifting about in Starfield, I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I brought him back to Shadowed Star to find a place to bury him." Wu Yi nodded gently. "Having a kind heart is a good thing. Seeing your usually irritable appearance, I didn't expect you to have such a side to you." Receiving praise, Yufeng grinned from ear to ear, shamelessly saying, "Actually, I just look a bit rough, my heart is very gentle." A burst of unbridled contempt rang out. Wu Yi wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so, so she covered her mouth with her small hand to conceal her smile and changed the subject. "Are you sure the person inside is dead?" Yufeng was stunned for a moment. How could he still be alive? Wu Yi looked at the person sealed inside the blood-red crystal seriously. He didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was still much better than the group of ugly melons on the starship. Even with his eyes closed at this moment, there was an inexplicable charm to his cold face. Releasing her divine sense, Wu Yi wanted to carefully check whether there was any vitality leaking out, but to her surprise, the blood-red crystal actually blocked her divine sense, causing her to be quite surprised. "Go invite foreign elder Changqi over, let him see if this person is dead or alive," Wu Yi quickly said. Immediately, someone went out to carry out the order. Foreign elder Changqi was the strongest person on the starship, a third-order Saint King. If not for his age, he should have had hopes of breaking through to the origin-returning realm. He was quite knowledgeable and experienced, so perhaps he would recognize what this blood-red crystal was. "Why do you want to invite foreign elder Changqi over?" Yufeng laughed, rushing over to the crystal and patting it gently. "Even if this guy is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. I tried just now, but no matter how much strength I used, I couldn't break this crystal, not even leaving a trace. I don't even know what it is." Chapter 1093. Yufeng laughed heartily as he patted the blood-red crystal, swearing confidently. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. Yufeng was a first-order Saint King and was much older than her. He had broken through much later than her, but he had at least reached this realm. Since his attack couldn't leave a mark on this crystal, it meant it was indeed very tough. But as soon as Yufeng's words fell, a subtle cracking sound rang out. Looking towards the source of this sound, Yufeng's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck, his eyes bulging as he rushed over to Wu Yi, shielding her behind him as he stared vigilantly towards the blood-red crystal. The cultivator who had been gathered nearby also became vigilant, no longer looking as relaxed as before. Wu Yi poked her head out from behind Yufeng, and after seeing what had happened, she couldn't help calling out in alarm, "Yufeng, did you break it?" At this moment, crisscrossing cracks appeared on the seemingly incomparably hard crystal. The cracks quickly spread in all directions, and in less than a few breaths of time, the originally sparkling and translucent crystal became full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Yu Feng cried out in grievance, "I didn't use much strength, who knew it would be so fragile? When we were outside it wasn't like this. No matter how we bombarded it, we couldn't leave a single mark on it. Young lady, you should step back, something's not right." Wu Yi nodded lightly and stepped back a little, but her pair of big eyes remained glued to the blood-red crystal, wanting to see what kind of changes it would undergo. "Foreign Elder Chang is here," someone shouted excitedly. Everyone turned around and saw Foreign Elder Chang Chi with a goatee on his chin walking over. The group of people quickly saluted, and after Chang Chi came to stand beside them, Wu Yi asked, "Foreign Elder Chang, do you know what this thing is? Why is there a person sealed inside?" Chang Chi frowned as he continued to probe it with his divine sense, but after a while he shook his head and said, "Young lady, please forgive this old master for not being able to see what kind of material this is. Perhaps this is not something that can be produced on Shadowed Star." From outside, Wu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. "I think so." Kacha. The blood-red crystal, which was already full of cracks, made another noise. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crystal suddenly exploded. Fragments flew in all directions, causing the group of cultivators to curse and hurriedly cover their faces. The sealed person fell to the ground and slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to want to stand up, but he was too weak and fell to the ground. "He's still alive?" Many of the cultivators' faces paled, and even Wu Yi, who was extremely curious, paled. Everyone thought that he should have died long ago, but he was still alive and well at this moment. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Strands of divine sense spread out from all directions and covered the person. After discovering that the person who came out of the blood-red crystal didn't have the slightest bit of strength in his body, everyone relaxed. Without power there would be no danger. Naturally, there was no need to be vigilant or afraid. This is not an ordinary person. Chang Chi slowly shook his head. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be sealed in a crystal and still be safe and sound. It's very likely he has temporarily lost his strength. We don't know what his cultivation realm is, but if he were to recover. Yu Feng's face changed and he took a step forward, pushing his Saint Chi as he shouted, "I'll kill him." The cultivation of the person inside the blood-red crystal was unknown, and his origin was unknown, so Yu Feng naturally didn't dare take him lightly. "There's no need to kill him, right?" Wu Yi quickly stopped him. "He doesn't look very old, so even if he has some skill, his cultivation realm shouldn't be too high. Just restrict his freedom." "Is young lady very curious about him?" Chang Chi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. "Isn't Foreign Elder Chang curious?" Wu Yi smiled, ignoring Yu Feng's attempt to stop her, walking straight up to the man, squatting down and asking, "Do you understand what we're talking about?" Seeing the man give an affirmative response, Wu Yi asked again, "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Yang Kai from Rainfall Star," Yang Kai replied honestly. "Rainfall Star?" Wu Yi raised her brow. "Sure enough, you're from the outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here. How did you end up here?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I only remember going to a certain place and entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some kind of barrier, then passing out. When I woke up, I was already here." Wu Yi thought for a moment before asking, "Doesn't that mean you drifted all the way here?" "I think so. Where is this place?" Yang Kai frowned, not used to being questioned like this. "Boy, answer the question honestly. There's no place for you to speak here." Yu Feng shouted at Yang Kai, waving his huge fist, as if saying he would beat Yang Kai up if he didn't cooperate. "This place, it's near Shadowed Star." Yang Kai shook his head again. He had never heard of Shadowed Star before. "It's understandable that you haven't heard of it. Shadowed Star is relatively remote, so many people haven't heard of it." "Haha, you're quite bold. You don't seem to be afraid at all." "What's there to be afraid of? You don't seem to have any malicious intent towards me," Yang Kai grinned. "That's hard to say. It's all up to you. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Maybe I'll send someone to kill you in the next moment. After all, we don't know anything about you, so I don't feel comfortable leaving a stranger on the starship," Wu Yi said faintly. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately converged. Wu Yi giggled, seemingly quite satisfied. "And let me ask you, what's your cultivation?" "Third Order Saint Realm." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. A Third Order Saint cultivator really didn't need to be so nervous. Although Yang Kai was suspected of lying, with his age, even if he was lying, his strength couldn't be too high. "I still have a lot of questions to ask, but you seem very tired, so let's stop here for today. Yu Feng, take him to rest and give him something to eat." Wu Yi saw that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't quite right, so she suppressed her curiosity and ordered Yufeng lightly. Yufeng nodded, picked up Yang Kai and walked off in a certain direction. A short time later they arrived in front of a room and Yufeng kicked open the door, tossed Yang Kai inside and said fiercely, "Boy, stay here obediently and don't try to play any tricks. If I see you try to scheme anything, I'll immediately take your life." "Got it?" Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be very obedient." Yufeng turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to Yang Kai and asked, "What's in your space ring?" "Some Saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai replied. Yufeng glanced around and found that no one was around, but just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai took the initiative to throw his space ring over. Yufeng caught it, swept it with his divine sense and immediately grinned, nodding to Yang Kai, "Boy, you're smart. Wait here, I'll find you something delicious to eat." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Yufeng grinned and strode off in a certain direction. Although Wu Yi's insistence on keeping Yang Kai here made him feel a little uneasy, being able to harvest so many Saint crystals made him very happy. Turning a corner, Yufeng happened to see Wu Yi standing there with a big smile. Yufeng quickly tucked his space ring behind his back and grinned widely. "Give it to me." Wu Yi stretched out her hand to him. "What does young lady want?" Yufeng played dumb. "That person's space ring, is it in your hands now?" Wu Yi smiled lightly. Yufeng sighed, his head drooping like a defeated rooster as he slowly walked over and placed Yang Kai's space ring in Wu Yi's hand, saying weakly, "Young lady, can you not be so smart? You're making us men lose our status. We're not bandits, why would we steal from others? Why would we become enemies for no reason? The family was filled with people like you, how could it survive?" Wu Yi reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. When Yufeng heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on and repeatedly cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Wu Yi ignored him and scolded him fiercely until Yufeng seriously admitted his mistake and promised he would never do it again. After Yufeng left, Wu Yi sent her divine sense into the space ring and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. No wonder people say people outside have so many high-rank Saint crystals they can't use up. A third-order Saint cultivator actually has so many high-rank Saint crystals, it's really unfair. Stealing from him shouldn't be a problem, but he should be able to give it to me. In any case, I did save his life. After muttering to herself for a while, Wu Yi put away the space ring with a clear conscience, preparing to have a good talk with Yang Kai about the ownership of this space ring the next time she saw him. Inside the room, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The space ring on his hand was just a facade. After all, in star territory, as long as one had a bit of strength, they would have a space ring. The one on Yang Kai's hand contained less than 500 high-rank Saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used pills, so losing it wasn't a big deal. However, the actions of the man named Yufeng had made Yang Kai vigilant, so he quickly searched his chest and after finding the 3 space rings, he let out a heavy breath. Although Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, these 3 space rings that originally belonged to Guiche and the others had not been lost. After listening carefully and confirming that no one was monitoring him from outside, Yang Kai quickly transferred the contents of these 3 space rings into the demon mystic tome. If the contents of these 3 space rings were lost, Yang Kai would feel distressed. After doing all this, Yang Kai had time to examine his own situation. Since waking up, he found that his body was empty, without a trace of Saint Qi, as if he had lost all of his cultivation, a fact that made his hair stand on end. If a cultivator had no cultivation, they were equivalent to an ordinary person. After carefully examining himself, Yang Kai calmed down. Chapter 1094. The Saint Qi in his body had indeed been depleted, and the strength he had accumulated over so many years had been completely consumed. It was unavoidable for him to panic, but his foundation was still there. Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art and found that he could still absorb the surrounding world energy and transform it into nutrients for his own strength. As long as his foundation was intact, restoring his strength was only a matter of time. With the assistance of pills and Saint crystals, it wouldn't take too long, at most a few days, but if he wanted to regain the inexhaustible strength he had before, it would take him many years to accumulate it again. His spiritual energy had not been consumed much and had instead increased significantly. Using his divine sense to investigate his body, Yang Kai soon became pleasantly surprised. The golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have become purer and more condensed. Furthermore, there were nearly 100 drops of the most orthodox demon god golden blood. Each drop of demon god golden blood contained terrifying power. This was the true demon god golden blood, one that was comparable to the blood in great demon god's body. Compared to these 100 drops of golden blood, the blood flowing through his body before only had a powerful restorative ability. However, these 100 drops of golden blood contained Yang Kai's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of various strengths, seemingly having infinite uses. The frustration and faint uneasiness in Yang Kai's heart was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He didn't know what had happened to the body-tempering divine pool, but Yang Kai was certain that he had triggered some kind of barrier on the altar, causing the entire pool to compress into a blood-red crystal. While drifting through the star field, his blood was still being tempered, resulting in this exciting situation. His Saint Chi would not disappear for no reason. It was very likely that it had merged with his blood, nourishing the birth of these 100 drops of golden blood. With his blood becoming purer, Yang Kai believed that the vitality he could erupt with when fighting would be more vigorous. His vitality was directly linked to his restorative ability and vitality, which meant that his restorative ability and vitality were much stronger than before. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai gathered the little bit of strength he had just recovered and cut a long bone-deep wound on his palm. Golden light flashed and blood didn't even flow out. That terrifying wound quickly healed, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it disappeared without a trace. Not a single mark was left on the palm. Yang Kai took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the past, this kind of injury was not serious and could only be considered a minor injury, but it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to completely heal. But now half a cup of tea was enough. His recovery ability had indeed increased by several times. After examining his body and confirming that the current situation was only a matter of time, Yang Kai relaxed, took out a piece of Saint Crystal, held it in his palm, circulated his secret art, and began absorbing the power contained in this Saint Crystal before stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth to dissolve their efficacies. Feeling his strength slowly recover, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn. The mark of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid on his chest had long since disappeared, so Yang Kai could infer that he had been in a coma for a long time, but he couldn't tell exactly how long. That woman had said that this place was near Shadowed Star and was several years away from Rainfall Star, which meant that he might have been sealed for several years. During this period of time, the energy in the blood-red crystal had combined with his own Saint Chi to temper his blood. When the crystal's energy and Saint Chi were completely exhausted, the altar seemed to have disappeared, so after the crystal shattered, Yang Kai had not seen any trace of it. The precious treasures placed on the altar should have also been turned into nutrients that had seeped into his blood. Although the operation this time was a little muddled, they had gained quite a lot of benefits. Although Yufeng was a bit rude and barbaric, he was still an honest person and really found some food to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't refuse and ate everything Yufeng brought him, restoring some of his strength. Although after reaching the Third Order Saint Realm, it didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't eat for a long time, everyone had a desire for good food. On top of that, the things Yufeng brought him also had some restorative properties that were of great benefit to Yang Kai. Throughout the night, Yang Kai consumed 3 high-rank Saint Crystals and accumulated a lot of Saint Chi in his meridians, but it still couldn't compare to when he was at his peak. The next day, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door and the woman who had spoken to Yang Kai before didn't wait for Yang Kai's response and directly pushed open the door and walked in. A diligent man moved a chair behind her and put it down with a flattering look on his face. After Wu Yi sat down, she waved to the cultivator, indicating that he could leave. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young lady, will there be a problem if you're alone with him?" "What problem?" Wu Yi glared at him unhappily. "Or do you think you're stronger than me and can protect me?" The cultivator's expression suddenly became awkward and he hurriedly said he wouldn't dare, respectfully walking out and closing the door behind him. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, Wu Yi chuckled and asked, "You're alive?" And Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what this woman would ask him, but he also felt that the cultivator on this starship didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Although Yufeng had clamored to kill him at first, it was only because of his own vigilance. "Look, you've been drifting in the star field all this time. If it weren't for my subordinates rescuing you this time, you might still be wandering outside. If you accidentally encountered a powerful star beast, you might have been swallowed whole," Wu Yi said softly, trying to frighten him. "If you were swallowed by a star beast, you'd be miserable." Yang Kai saw Wu Yi talking while playing with a space ring and knew what she wanted to do. Laughing dumbly, he said, You saved my life. Naturally I should thank you properly, but I don't have anything on me. The only space ring I have was taken away by that man named Yufeng yesterday. So, you're willing to give me this space ring as a thank you gift? Chapter 1095. Once one found that others were more pitiful than themselves, they would no longer feel sad. Yang Kai's words gave Wu Yi a sense of superiority. Compared with the homeland of this man named Yang Kai, Shadowed Star was simply a paradise on earth. Wu Yi greatly admired Yang Kai for rushing out of Tongxian realm alone and breaking into the territory of Shadowed Star, her two beautiful eyes filled with worship. She obviously admired this kind of fearless behavior, and if she had the opportunity she would have done the same. Unfortunately, there were various restrictions that kept her trapped here. As they chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious. Wu Yi didn't hold any hostility towards Yang Kai, and Yang Kai was also a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances, so naturally he wouldn't try to harm her. It wasn't until Yufeng ran over to report something that Wu Yi reluctantly left. After she left, Yang Kai continued to take out Saint crystals, take some pills, and circulate his secret art to restore his strength. Time passed by, and after a month, Yang Kai had restored his third-order Saint realm cultivation, but the Saint Qi in his body hadn't accumulated much, at least not compared to before. Yang Kai continued to absorb the energy from the Saint crystals to supplement the strength stored in his body. Yang Kai was accustomed to an inexhaustible supply of strength, so no matter how much he used it he wouldn't collapse. But now his current state made him feel a little uncomfortable. The energy in the Saint crystals quickly transformed into a powerful source of strength for Yang Kai, allowing his Saint Qi to flow through his meridians. His heart was as calm as a mirror as he swept his divine sense through his meridians, carefully examining the 100 drops of pure demon god golden blood. These 100 drops of golden blood were produced because of the altar and the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body. There were only 100 drops of golden blood, so they would eventually be used up. If he wanted to produce more in the future, what method would he use? The altar in the body-tempering divine pond was no longer there, and Yang Kai hadn't completely memorized the complex spirit array engraved on it, so even if he wanted to duplicate it, it would be impossible. Just as he was thinking about this though, the golden blood flowing through his body seemed to be stimulated and began madly swallowing his Saint Qi. Yang Kai, who had just recovered, suddenly went pale and couldn't help feeling like he was about to collapse. Carefully inspecting it, Kai Yang was shocked. More than half of the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body disappeared at once, but this Saint Qi was quickly swallowed up by his golden blood. After swallowing his Saint Qi, his golden blood began producing a pinprick of pure gold the size of a needle tip. It was a drop of pure demon god golden blood that had yet to form. Yang Kai thought for a while with a gloomy expression before coming to a conclusion and quietly releasing his suppression, allowing his golden blood to continue swallowing his Saint Qi. The Saint Qi he had painstakingly cultivated rapidly decreased, but the needle-like golden blood grew larger. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't help but look ecstatic. Sure enough, golden blood could be produced by consuming Saint Qi, confirming Yang Kai's previous guess that the reason why his vast Saint Qi had disappeared was because he had produced 100 drops of golden blood. In the future, if Yang Kai wanted to condense pure golden blood, he would only need to consume his Saint Qi. However, the amount of Saint Qi consumed was quite large, so much so that Yang Kai felt distressed. After restoring his Saint Qi for an entire month, Yang Kai could only condense a single drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice. This meant that he would have to cultivate for at least 3 months before he could condense a single drop of pure golden blood. Wu Yi and the others no longer stayed together and instead split up into groups of 3 to 5 as they followed the black rock beasts and jumped onto the starship's hull, valiantly killing the enemies and protecting the ship. More and more people died, each of them surrounded by several dozen black rock beasts. Yufeng joined forces with the other 3 to protect Wu Yi, releasing their Saint Qi together with her. Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so she waved the several rings in her hands, her graceful waist dancing like a water snake, condensing a series of flames into a dragon-like attack, causing the black rock beasts to hesitate, none of them daring to approach. The few black rock beasts that did manage to approach were all strangled to death. These beasts seemed to be very afraid of fire. More and more black rock beasts noticed this scene and quickly rushed over. Yu Feng and the others did their best but were unable to stop the tide of beasts, not to mention there were several 7th-order black rock beasts in this group. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. 2 of the 7th-order black rock beasts entangled Yu Feng while the others rushed to meet the other cultivator guards around Wu Yi, keeping them busy. The rings in Wu Yi's hands erupted with an even stronger flame aura and bombarded one of the 7th-order black rock beasts that was rushing over. Flames splashed out and the black rock beast howled in pain as it retreated, but it was not killed. Black rock beasts had thick skin and extremely strong defensive power, so Wu Yi could kill 5th-order or 6th-order black rock beasts, but she couldn't kill a 7th-order black rock beast in a short time. After being attacked by the flames, the black rock beast seemed to become incomparably furious. It opened its bloody mouth, which was full of irregular sawtooth fangs. Faintly, one could see dark green corrosive acid gathering in its mouth. It hid behind several of its companions and, taking advantage of Wu Yi's confusion, bit towards her waist. As long as this black rock beast bit down with the corrosive power of its acid, even if Wu Yi didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Wu Yi could see it clearly, but she had no way to resist. Yu Feng and the others also glared at Wu Yi, but they couldn't help her. A sense of despair rose from her heart as Wu Yi's expression became bleak as she helplessly watched the 7th-order black rock beast bite down on her. At that moment, a drop of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yi. This drop of golden light appeared without warning, leaving no trace behind. The moment this drop of golden light appeared, it transformed into a long spear that pulsed with a powerful energy fluctuation that caused everyone's complexion to pale. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the grade 7 black rock beast with its mouth wide open. The spear smashed a big hole in its head, smashing its entire head into pieces. Walala. Suddenly, more than a dozen people stood up from the crowd, each of them wearing an embarrassed expression as they hesitated to speak. Some of the more shameless ones even stuttered, "Young lady, in fact I didn't want to say it, but since you've found out, I can't hide it any longer." Wu Yi rubbed her forehead, a helpless expression filling her pretty face because she had noticed Yu Feng among these dozen people. She felt that she had underestimated the shamelessness of this group of bastards. The crowd immediately fell into chaos as more than a dozen people kept insisting that the golden spear was their masterpiece, refusing to back down, causing a ruckus. "Young lady." The old foreign elder Chang Chi walked over to Wu Yi and folded his hands into his sleeves, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "Don't you know what kind of trash these people are? That golden spear definitely wasn't their doing." Wu Yi sighed, "Then who could it be? On our starship, besides these unworthy fools, only Yang Kai is capable of such a feat." However, when we were fighting the black rock beasts, Yang Kai was still inside the starship, and his strength is only a 3rd-order saint, so naturally, it couldn't have been his doing. Chang Chi thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps some master happened to pass by and helped us." "Master?" Wu Yi frowned. "Foreign elder Chang, do you know of any master on Shadowed Star who uses that kind of artifact?" Chang Chi shook his head. "Young lady, that golden spear doesn't seem to be an artifact." "Not an artifact? Could it be a martial skill?" "It doesn't seem to be a martial skill either." This old master paid close attention to that golden spear during the battle and discovered that it was giving off an astonishing vitality. Although it was in the form of a spear, this old master had the illusion that it was made out of flesh and blood. "I also noticed the vitality," Wu Yi nodded, "but why didn't this person say anything about helping us? At the very least he should have let us know who was helping us." Chang Chi smiled lightly. "There are many powerful masters who like to do things without leaving their names. Perhaps in his opinion, it was just a small matter. But in the end he saved the lives of several dozen people. Young lady doesn't need to worry, as long as that person is from Shadowed Star, we will know one day. When that time comes we can go and thank him. Our family isn't an ungrateful bunch, but if young lady learns who he is in the future, you must be careful when interacting with him. Such a powerful master is temperamental, perhaps he didn't take this matter to heart." "What foreign elder says is correct." Wu Yi nodded lightly. glancing over at the group of crooked melons who were still arguing and trying to take all the credit for themselves. Wu Yi's nose almost went crooked from anger as she shouted, "If you keep acting so shamelessly, I'll confiscate all your rewards when we return." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen people suddenly fell silent, none of them daring to make a sound, all of them exchanging awkward glances. "There's still a month before we return to Shadowed Star, all of you be careful, don't make any mistakes." Wu Yi scolded before getting up and leaving. After she left, Yu Feng snorted and squinted at the crowd. "Good, now there's no need to argue. You bunch of stupid pigs, why did so many of you suddenly stand up for me? This kind of credit should have been taken by father alone. It's really this Yu Feng's shame to be associated with you lot." The dozen or so people rolled their eyes and ignored the angry Yu Feng, going back to their own tasks. Inside his room, Yang Kai was meditating when Wu Yi rushed in angrily and sat down in her usual chair, her full chest heaving up and down in a spectacular display. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her for a moment before closing them again and continuing with his own business. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for his own strength, she probably didn't place him in her eyes. Wu Yi had a great ambition to revitalize her family while Yang Kai also had a great ambition to reach Yang Yang's territory. The two of them had different goals, but they both required years of hard work to achieve them. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Haiku family, through Shadow Moon Hall, and through Shadowed Star, his name would spread throughout Yang Yang's territory. At that time he wouldn't need to worry about Su Yin not being able to hear his name or not being able to find him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was filled with hope for the future. Yang Kai only bought some ores and materials he needed. After that, Yang Kai went to a place called Artifact Refining Pavilion. Whether it was Tongshan Realm or Star Territory, as long as there was a city with a high concentration of cultivator, such a place would definitely exist. Because not every cultivator knew how to refine artifacts, they would often find skilled artifact refiners to help them. In this way, not only would these artifact refiners have the opportunity to practice their craft, but they would also be able to obtain a good reward. Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion was also a subsidiary of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the several dozen artifact refiners here were members of Shadow Moon Hall while some were hired. These hired artifact refiners would receive a share of the rewards from Shadow Moon Hall. Although most of the rewards would be taken by Shadow Moon Hall, such people were relatively free and could leave at any time without being subject to the jurisdiction of Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai arrived, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. There were at least 200 cultivators of varying strength waiting in line, waiting for the artifact refiners of Artifact Refining Pavilion to refine artifacts for them. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he was met with cold and hot gazes. Some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would cut the line. This scene reminded him of the crowd outside the Nine Peaks when Nine Heavens Holy Land was helping people with alchemy. At that time, many people were willing to wait for 1 to 2 months or even longer outside the Nine Peaks to ask the alchemists of the Holy Land to refine pills for them. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people. Will I have to wait for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. A man who looked like a shop assistant came over. He wasn't young, but his strength wasn't high. It seemed that he had given up on his own cultivation and was only working here to earn some remuneration to make a living. He enthusiastically handed Yang Kai a piece of paper and smiled. "Take a look and choose for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me." Yang Kai took the paper suspiciously and after looking at it for a while, he found that the names of the dozens of artifact refiners in Artifact Refining Pavilion were written on it, along with their abilities, charging standards, and a number. Yang Kai asked around and learned that the number indicated how many cultivator were waiting for this artifact refiner to refine an artifact. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that the most powerful person had more than 30 cultivator waiting, and this person's greatest ability was to refine St. King grade high-rank artifacts. No wonder so many people wanted to ask him for help. Artifact refiners were the same as alchemists in that they had their own ranking system. Immediately, Grandmaster Yang Inflammation's voice came from behind the furnace. "What do you want to refine?" Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help tilting his body and looking at Yang Inflammation from the side of the furnace. Because he found that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation was actually a woman. Moreover, her voice was sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel refreshed. He really wanted to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looked like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him in the darkness. Yang Inflammation was wrapped in a huge black robe, so he couldn't see his face or figure. "Everyone is like this. Are you here to refine artifacts or to look at people?" Yang Inflammation muttered discontentedly. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and immediately understood that everyone who came here was as curious as him. Embarrassed, he said, "Sorry, I was just a little curious. I thought Grandmaster Yang Inflammation was a man." Yang Inflammation didn't mind and continued to ask, "What do you want to refine?" Yang Kai replied, "I want to refine a few simple things, not artifacts. I'll draw them for you to see." Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that had already been prepared next to the futon and quickly drew a few strange things. When a cultivator was refining, they would put forward their own requirements. They would have their own idea of what an artifact would look like, so the pen and paper would definitely be prepared. After he finished drawing, Yang Kai handed it over. Yang Inflammation took it and looked at it. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, "You want to arrange a spirit array?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Just from the shape of this thing you can see it?" Yang Inflammation sneered, "How difficult is that? The things you want to refine have no other use except for arranging a spirit array. If I can't see it, then wouldn't I be blind? Do you understand spirit arrays?" "Not very good." Yang Kai honestly shook his head. Although he was sure that he could arrange a spirit array, he couldn't guarantee how effective it would be. Perhaps the effect would be very subtle. If you don't understand, then don't fiddle around blindly. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money, Yang Inflammation said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. "Arranging a spirit array is my business, refining these things is your business, I will pay you." He finally understood why this Yang Inflammation was so lonely. She seemed to like meddling in other people's business. Such a person was destined to be disliked. To Yang Kai's surprise, this woman didn't try to refute, remaining silent for a while before suddenly saying, "How about this? I'll help you refine these things and even arrange a very good spirit array for you. How about you pay me?" "You can arrange a spirit array?" "Can? You're not lying, right?" "Why would I lie to you?" It wasn't until this moment that Yu Feng seemed to notice the existence of Yang Inflammation and exclaimed as he stared straight at Yang Inflammation, grinning ambiguously, "Little brat, you're really amazing, bringing back a woman from outside in such a short time? Where did you find her?" "Not bad, tell Big Brother, I'll go look for her too." Yang Inflammation's face went cold as he glared at Yu Feng fiercely. Yu Feng smiled awkwardly. Yang Kai explained, "This is Grandmaster Yang Inflammation." "Grandmaster?" Yu Feng was stunned. "What Grandmaster?" "I invited her from Artifact Refining Pavilion. She's proficient in artifact refining and has come to help me arrange a spirit array." "Artifact refiner?" Yu Feng immediately put away his frivolous smile and his attitude became much more serious, looking Yang Inflammation up and down before cupping his fists and saying, "This Yu has been rude, please don't take offense." Although Yu Feng didn't look serious or reliable, he also knew that artifact refiners had noble status. Although Yang Inflammation didn't look very old, He didn't dare treat her carelessly because no one could guarantee that this woman wouldn't become an outstanding artifact refiner in the future. If things didn't go well, he might have to ask her for help in the future. Yang Inflammation's face became slightly pale as she gently nodded. Yu Feng then said, "Since Miss is an artifact refiner, can you help me refine an artifact?" "Sure." Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up as she readily agreed. "What grade? What kind of artifact do you want me to refine?" "I'll leave you to it. I'll go in and take a look." Yang Kai couldn't bear to see Yu Feng's expectant look and quickly found an excuse to enter the cave. Inside the cave, many cultivators went in and out, bustling about. During the past few months aboard the starship, Yang Kai had gotten along quite well with this group of people. Some of them were familiar with him while others he didn't know were familiar with. Under Wu Yi's orders, these cultivators came to help Yang Kai tidy up the cave. None of them showed any signs of resistance and were instead quite enthusiastic. People constantly greeted Yang Kai and Yang Kai thanked them one by one. After walking around the cave, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart. The cave had been completely transformed. In the stone room Yang Kai had chosen as his bedroom, there were now beds, chairs and benches. The corridor was decorated with strange stones used for illumination, dispelling the darkness inside. Other places had also been more or less renovated, making the corridor more spacious and livable. It was obvious that these people had worked very hard. Some of them even patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a smile, telling him that if he ever felt wronged or bullied in the future, he could come to the Haiku family manor to find them and they would stick up for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Chapter 1104. The flow of world energy in the surrounding area seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The several dozen kilometers around the cave slowly exuded an invisible suction force that gathered the surrounding world energy. It wasn't strong, but it was continuous. Yu Feng's expression changed as he quickly asked, "You arranged a spirit gathering array?" Yang Kai nodded with a smile. "Amazing. You can arrange a spirit gathering array without using Saint crystals?" Yu Feng shouted while the other cultivators also looked towards Yang Yen, who was flying back from the distance, with looks of admiration. The Haiku family also had some secret places that were rich in world energy and specifically used for the cultivation of the family's disciples. But the arrangement of these places had cost the Haiku family a huge amount of financial and human resources and required a considerable amount of Saint crystals and other rare materials to maintain. However, the arrangement of this spirit gathering array on Dragon Cave Mountain was something that Yu Feng and the others had all participated in, yet Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation hadn't used too many materials, nor had they seen any Saint crystals, which was somewhat incredible. "The terrain here is quite good. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have been possible to arrange it," Yang Kai explained casually. "Moreover, its effect will be tested over time." Yang Kai really didn't know what the effect of this newly arranged spirit array would be. Perhaps it would be just passable. But since this was just a place for him to settle down, he hadn't invested too much effort into it, so even if the effect wasn't good, he wouldn't be disappointed. As long as there is enough time, this place will become the place with the richest world energy within 1,000 kilometers, and as time goes by, the world energy will only become richer and richer. Yang Inflammation, who had flown back, was full of confidence in her masterpiece. "Your cultivator here really doesn't have good vision. This mountain is a very powerful crouching dragon land, yet you didn't know how to make use of it." "Crouching Dragon Land?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "It's the name of a special terrain." Yang Inflammation replied casually, "Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that this place is very suitable for arranging a spirit gathering array. It's called Dragon Cave Mountain, right?" Yu Feng nodded. "And the name isn't without reason, it's just that I haven't met anyone who knows what's good for me." Yang Inflammation raised her small face proudly, as if she was the only one in the world who knew what was good for her. Yang Kai and Yu Feng looked at each other for a moment before Yang said, "Do you want to tell Wu Yi about this place mountain? She said that she gave this mountain to me. If she wants to take it back now, I don't mind." Yang Kai's Yu Feng's Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yu Feng smiled, Yang Kai's Yang Kai Yu Feng grinned. "You can stay here without worry. If you need anything, just come to the manor and find us. If the spirit chi here is really rich in the future, I want to stay here too. At that time, just don't chase me away." Yu Feng and the group of cultivators then returned to the Haiku family. Now that the spirit array had been fully arranged, Yang Inflammation's work had also come to an end. According to their previous agreement, Yang Kai took out 100 high-rank Saint crystals and handed them to her as a reward for helping him arrange the spirit array. Yang Inflammation accepted them without any trace of politeness and began counting the Saint crystals one by one, a silly grin appearing on her face. Yang Kai shook his head, no longer paying attention to her, turned around and walked into the cave's only stone room, took out the 7 colored spirit gathering flags, and arranged them according to a certain pattern nearby. These 7 colored spirit gathering flags were artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from the middle-aged woman from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch on Rainfall Star. They were specifically used to assist one's cultivation and had surprisingly good effects. The reason why Yang Kai didn't care much about Yang Inflammation's spirit gathering array was because of these 7 colored spirit gathering flags. If the spirit gathering array didn't have much effect, he could still use these artifacts to gather world energy, but if the spirit gathering array was effective, it would be even better. Using both methods at the same time, the speed at which Yang Kai could gather world energy would be much faster. Just as he finished arranging the 7 different colored flags, Yang Inflammation quietly appeared, her large robes covering her entire body as she squatted down and stared straight at one of the flags, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes that were somewhat frightening to look at. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I still need to refine a spirit-grade artifact for you, Feng. We agreed on that before." Yang Inflammation replied quickly before turning a fiery gaze towards Yang Kai and asking anxiously, "An origin-grade low-rank artifact. Where did you get it? You're only a 3rd order saint, how could you have such a high-grade artifact?" Yang Kai frowned. "Someone gave it to me as a gift." "Do you want to refine it? Do you want me to help you refine these 7 flags?" There are a lot of impurities in them. If I refine them, I can increase their effectiveness by at least 15%. Her eyes became even more fiery, even containing a hint of madness. Yang Kai's face went black. He finally realized that when this woman saw a high-grade artifact, it was as if she had become a completely different person. No matter what kind of artifact it was in her eyes, it could be refined and improved, but he didn't know if this was true or not. Yang Kai didn't know what her abilities were, so naturally he wouldn't take any risks. These 7 colored spirit gathering flags were the biggest help to his future cultivation. How could he allow her to refine them casually? Quickly shaking his head, he refused. Yang Inflammation couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, her small mouth pursing as she muttered discontentedly, "None of you believe in my ability. If none of you are willing to try, how can you know how powerful I am?" She spoke in a pitiful tone, her hot-bloodedness going down the drain. As she spoke, she glanced towards Yang Kai, seemingly hoping he would change his mind. "Don't you have anywhere to go?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Yang Inflammation froze for a moment before innocently changing the subject. "If you don't have anywhere to go, you can find a place to stay here. In any case, I'm the only one here right now." "I can live here?" Yang Inflammation was pleasantly surprised. "What's your relationship with that woman? I remember you saying that you didn't know anyone here, so how did you manage to bring back such a beauty in such a short time?" Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if she was certain that there was some kind of unspeakable relationship between him and Yang Inflammation. "I'm not familiar with her, I just asked her to come back and help arrange the spirit array. After that, she refused to leave, so I was too embarrassed to drive her away. And it would be best if you could recruit her, she's annoying me to death," Yang Kai complained bitterly. "Whether she can succeed or not is up to her, it's none of my business. I just came here today to see how you're doing." Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, not delving too deeply into this matter. A moment later, the steward from the Haiku family flew over and nodded to Wu Yi. "The world energy aura in this mountain is quite good. After a year or so I'm afraid it will be even better. I heard young lady gave this mountain away? Did you give it to him?" Saying so, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with contempt. Wu Yi frowned and said, "Uncle Zhou didn't come here for this mountain, right? Do you have some other task?" The cultivator surnamed Zhou smiled. "I was just asking casually, young lady doesn't need to take offense." Glancing over at Yang Kai again, he crossed his arms behind his back and walked into the cave. "It's really annoying how they want to meddle in everything. I've never seen them care so much about this place before. My family has a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers, but because I'm a woman they assigned this barren mountain to me. Now that they see some benefits they want to stick their hands in it. How infuriating, Wu Yi said angrily. Yang Kai fell silent. It was really not convenient for him to express his opinion on the internal affairs of others. Wu Yi no longer complained and with a smile on her pretty face began chatting with Yang Kai about her recent life, asking him if there was anything he needed. The two chatted happily, Wu Yi looking forward to her future ambitions, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Manager Zhou suddenly walked out of the cave angrily shouted, "A little girl who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, humph, does she really think she's so great? A trivial Saint-grade artifact refiner, does she think my haiku family can't cultivate one? Shamelessly boasting about being an origin-grade artifact refiner, what a joke." He walked out angrily and without even saying goodbye to Wu Yi, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Wu Yi's mouth fell open slightly, seemingly not having expected that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation would actually refuse her family's offer. When she arrived, she had also seen the letter of appointment and felt that the conditions offered by her family weren't bad. Although it wasn't comparable to a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, it was still quite good for a small force. The woman you brought back seems to have very high standards. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai. Steward Chow said she was an origin-grade artifact refiner? Isn't she only in her 20s? I don't know, she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai shook his head. Interesting. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Forget it, she's an artifact refiner, she has the right to choose, it's just that her words are a bit disagreeable. And I still have something to do, I'll come see you later. After saying goodbye to Wu Yi, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking back into the cave and arriving at Yang Inflammation's stone room. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and looked towards Yang Kai, saying somewhat unhappily, "Why doesn't anyone believe I'm an origin-grade artifact refiner? How do you expect people to believe you?" Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. "Give me a chance to prove myself. As long as they find me some origin-grade materials, I promise I can refine an origin-grade artifact." Yang Inflammation shouted, her full chest heaving up and down, looking quite aggrieved. "Do you think origin-grade materials are cheap? This kind of thing could only be obtained by great forces. The Haiku family was just a small family, so even if they had such a thing, it would be extremely rare. How could they use it just to verify Yang Kai's abilities? What if Yang Kai destroyed their materials? If I told you I was a Saint King grade high-rank alchemist, would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked him up and down, curling her lips slightly. "You?" Immediately after, she burst into laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai's face went black. He suddenly understood why no one believed Yang Inflammation's words, just as Yang Inflammation didn't believe his own words. Both of them were too young to match their noble titles. Saint King grade alchemists, origin grade artifact refiners, which one of them wasn't old? After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately realized that Yang Inflammation might not be lying, nor was she deliberately using a false title to improve her status. She might really have such ability. "I'll ask you seriously, are you really an origin-grade artifact refiner?" Yang Kai stared at her with a scorching gaze. "Don't make me keep talking about this title, okay? Whether I am or not, can't you just find some materials for me? How about you let me refine your star shuttle or those 7 flags? If I fail to refine them, you can do whatever you want with them." "You're only somewhat attractive because of your figure," Yang Kai said disdainfully. "Even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of a failed refinement." Yang Inflammation immediately ground her teeth, causing them to creak. "What can you refine with these materials?" Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of materials suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai felt that it was time to test this woman's true ability. Yang Inflammation, who was gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly opened her eyes wide and rushed over to the pile of materials, picking them up one after another in a pleasantly surprised manner. 8th Order Monster Beast, Thunder Cloud Leopard's Tooth, Blazing Blue Flame Rhinoceros Horn, Illusion Cloud Butterfly's Wings, heavens, there's even a Diamond Dragon Beetle's Tentacle. Every time she picked one up, she could accurately call out the origin and name of these materials. She entered a state of madness in an instant, completely ignoring the unpleasant smell of these materials. She held them in her arms as if they were treasures. Her small arms were filled to the brim, and she kept picking them up from the ground. One after another, she dropped them, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. The materials you provided, the ores you bought, I didn't waste them, all of the results are here, a total of 4 Saint King grade artifacts. Yang Yin sat down cross-legged and picked up a mace-shaped artifact, saying, "Let me introduce them to you. This one was refined from the teeth of the 8th order monster beast, Thundercloud Leopard, and some ores. These ores were used to refine the body of the club and the skull of the Thundercloud Leopard. The teeth of the Thundercloud Leopard are very strong and sharp, so I refined them into barbs. This kind of rough artifact is very suitable for strong men, just holding this thing gives them a majestic appearance. And this is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact." Finished speaking, she handed the mace-shaped artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it, examined it carefully, and nodded gently. It could be seen that Yang Yin had made the best use of this artifact. As long as it could find a suitable owner, it wouldn't be difficult to display its full power. This dagger was refined from the horn of a fiery blue flame rhinoceros. Although it's not very sharp, the fiery blue flame rhinoceros horn itself has some very special effects. It's best used to break barriers, so it's not meant to be used to kill enemies, but rather a must-have item for adventuring. I think many people will buy it. And it's also a Saint King grade low-rank artifact, Yang Yin said, handing over a pale blue dagger to Yang Kai. He picked up another one and said, "This whip is made from the tentacles of the Vajra dragon beetle. It's the most difficult whip to refine. If you're not careful, you might destroy the material. Fortunately, I'm the one who did it. If it were another refiner, you'd be crying right now. This thing is suitable for girls to use. Since you obtained that tentacle, you should know how terrifying the diamond dragon beetle is. Let me tell you, once you're hit by this whip, it's not just your flesh that will be damaged but your bones. If you're hit a few times, even your bones may break. This is a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact." Yang Kai took the soft whip from her hand, infused it with yuan qi and swung it a few times. Suddenly the stone room was filled with shadows of the whip. Yang Yin was so scared that her little face turned pale. She was afraid that Yang Kai would accidentally whip her. After waiting for Yang Kai to put away the soft whip, she excitedly picked up the last artifact. Her movements were very careful, as if she was picking up a work of art, her beautiful eyes filled with infatuation. "This is the work I'm most proud of this time." Yang Kai looked around and found that this thing was actually a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings flashed with a blurry light, their colors constantly changing, creating a beautiful sight. Needless to say, this artifact should have been refined from the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly, and it was also of the highest grade, Saint King grade high rank. The materials you gave me were originally only enough to refine a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact, but this time I exceeded my expectations and raised its grade to a whole new level. Heavens, I've always wanted to refine a pair of wing-shaped artifacts, but unfortunately I haven't been able to find the right materials. Yang Yin held the pair of wings and examined them carefully. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she became. She didn't hand them over to Yang Kai, instead glancing over at Yang Kai from time to time. Even a blind man would be able to see the deep meaning in her eyes. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her and Yang Yin reluctantly placed the pair of wings in his hand, saying nervously, "Be careful, don't break it." "Isn't this mine?" Yang Kai looked at her amusedly. "Yes, it's yours, but it was refined by me. I have a responsibility to ensure its safety." "You're so extravagant. Is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact so easy to break?" Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Yin opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, quickly changing her mind and saying, "Although I can use a star shuttle to travel, this pair of wings can increase the speed of a cultivator in battle and can also be used as a form of protection at a critical moment. This thing is worth at least 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. If you take it to auction, it will only fetch a higher price, perhaps even 40,000. There are too many rich people in this world, it's really hateful." As she spoke, she waved her small fists as if she was annoyed with herself for being so poor. 30,000? Yang Kai frowned, remembering that he had spent 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals to buy a star shuttle of the same grade back on Watermoon Star. Although they were of the same grade, the value of this pair of wings was undoubtedly much higher than that of a star shuttle, so it wasn't strange for it to fetch such a price. On top of that, its appearance was also very beautiful, so presumably, many men would be willing to pay a high price to buy it for the woman they liked. Do you want to buy it for 30,000? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan and asked. Yang Yan nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. I'll sell it to you. Yang Kai tossed the pair of wings to her casually. Yang Yan caught it stupidly for a moment before saying shyly, I don't have that many St. Crystals. She blushed. I know, I didn't ask you to pay up immediately, just owe me. And I'll ask you to refine me some more, so you can deduct your own payment from these 30,000 high-rank St. Crystals. When you finish deducting them you'll be free. Until then you'll be my dedicated artifact refiner. A payment of 30,000 high-rank St. Crystals? Yang Yan was taken aback. Do you know how much I should charge you for refining this time? How much? I was going to charge you 1,000 high-rank St. Crystals. That's my monthly payment. 30,000? Doesn't that mean I'll have to spend 30 months without sleep? That's 2.5 years. Yang Yan's face went pale as she couldn't help feeling like she had just boarded a pirate ship. 2.5 years isn't long, you'll pay me back eventually. What if you can't pay me back? Yang Yan was on the verge of tears. She had never had so many St. Crystals before and couldn't even imagine what 30,000 high-rank St. Crystals was like. Then you should be prepared to devote yourself to me. Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he swept his eyes over her proud figure and nodded, Not bad, I'm quite interested in your type. Yang Yan's face went even paler as she stared at the wing artifact in her hand, wanting to smash it into Yang Kai's evil face, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Chapter 1108. Looking at young Inflammation lying in his stone room, sleeping soundly without a care for her image, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. A month of artifact refining seemed to have made her extremely tired. Lying there, her breathing was heavy, her whole body spread out like the Chinese character, not caring whether or not she would seduce Yang Kai. Her towering twin peaks and exquisite figure were extremely eye-catching. When Yang Kai came back, the noise he made did not wake her up. Turning around and walking out of the cave, Yang Kai caught a few game on the mountain and set up a fire outside the cave to roast them. Yang Inflammation's physical and mental energy consumption was very serious, so eating something would be very helpful to her recovery. Halfway through the roasting, Yang Inflammation ran out and smiled, hugging her arms as she squatted down beside Yang Kai, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to eat. Have you rested well? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Not bad, I still need to rest for a few more days. Yang Inflammation replied casually before calling out, Hurry up and turn it over, it's already roasted. Aya, you're so stupid, let me do it. Calling out like this, she snatched the rabbit from Yang Kai's hand without any explanation. Yang Kai didn't care and simply sat down, staring at her suspiciously as he asked, You're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable? This was something Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Yan had skills, and as long as she showed them, she would be able to live a superior life. Any great force on Shadowed Star would accept her with the most generous treatment and would even try to snatch her away. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips. What do you know? You think I should join one of those great forces, right? Yang Kai nodded. I don't want to join them, Yang Inflammation snorted. They're not good people, I won't refine artifacts for them. As soon as she said that, Yang Kai understood. Without the support of a great force, a woman like Yang Yan wouldn't be able to display her true ability. This was because she couldn't find high-grade materials to refine artifacts. Even if she entered a place like the Artifact Refining Pavilion, her ability would be questioned. She would only be allowed to refine low-grade artifacts. Even if she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner, no one dared to use origin-grade materials to verify her abilities. Under this vicious cycle, who would be miserable if not her? Even Yang Kai didn't believe her easily. He deliberately gave her some materials that he didn't need. Do you have a grudge against them? Yang Kai asked. I just don't like him, but I don't hate him. I've heard that no matter which faction you're in, there will always be a conflict of power and interests. I just want to refine in peace and don't want to be involved in those troublesome matters. This wasn't wrong. The more powerful an artifact refiner was, the more they would be valued and won over. Moreover, each great force wasn't monolithic. Even a small family like the Haiku family was constantly divided, not to mention a behemoth like Shadow Moon Hall. Once young Inflammation got involved, she would probably be annoyed to death. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air, and young Inflammation looked at the roasted meat in her hand with satisfaction, tearing off a rabbit leg and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, and young Inflammation unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth. "I sold the artifacts you refined," Yang Kai said casually. "Oh, they're yours, you can do whatever you want with them. I sold them for a total of 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals. The price is fair, I didn't suffer a loss." Young Inflammation nodded casually. "How many Saint crystals do you have?" Yang Kai asked again. While he was unaware, his cultivation had risen to a very high level. Yang Kai faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach. He didn't lack comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, all he lacked was the accumulation of Saint Qi. As long as he accumulated enough Saint Qi, he could naturally break through. While accumulating Saint Qi, Yang Kai was also studying the uses of his golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood to transform it into a golden spear and resolve the crisis Wu Yi and the others faced, Yang Kai realized just how powerful his golden blood was. Yang Kai was curious to know what other uses his golden blood could serve besides fighting. Recalling the scene at that time, Yang Kai's expression changed as a novel idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeezing out a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai flicked his finger. The drop of golden blood flew into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing 1,000 kilometers away. Just like that time, Yang Kai was inside the cave on Dragon Cave Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene 1,000 kilometers away. The drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him, allowing his consciousness to freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood. Through the golden blood, Yang Kai could easily see the scene in the distance. Immediately, Yang Kai entered an ethereal state and observed his surroundings with his golden blood. He saw cities passing by below and mountains quickly being left behind. The movement speed of the golden blood was extremely fast, several times faster than a star shuttle. On top of that, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space allowed the golden blood to break through the shackles of space, allowing it to travel at a speed even faster than Yang Kai's divine sense. A huge amount of vitality spread out from the golden blood without any concealment, and wherever it passed, many masters on Shadowed Star were alarmed. The eyes of countless masters followed the golden blood as it passed, their faces filled with shock. None of them knew who was exuding such a violent life aura, nor did they know how strong this person was. The speed at which this golden blood spread out was faster than their divine senses, but after a brief moment, it disappeared without a trace, making it impossible for them to investigate. The leaders of many great forces gathered together to discuss whether there was a possibility of an enemy coming to find them. There were also some people who did not believe in superstition and chased after the flash of golden light, wanting to get a closer look. Yang Kai had no idea that his inadvertent actions had caused the entire Shadowed Star to panic as he immersed himself in the wonders of the golden blood, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In just 3 short days, the drop of golden blood flew around Shadowed Star once before returning in the opposite direction. The vitality inside the golden blood had not weakened much, as if this strange journey had not put any pressure on it at all. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His consciousness had followed the golden blood around Shadowed Star, so he was well aware of the vastness of this cultivation star. If he had used a star shuttle to fly around it, it would have taken him at least 4 months to complete a round trip. However, the golden blood had only taken 3 short days, demonstrating just how terrifying its speed was. What was its limit? What was the furthest distance he could communicate with it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to figure this out, so with a thought, the golden blood that had just returned flew straight up, out of the clouds, and into the star field, heading towards the vast territory of the star field. It was obvious that the master behind him was worthy of his reputation. Even if Grandmaster Gulin were to refine these artifacts, it would be impossible for him to refine so many high-quality artifacts in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Qian Tong's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, Waiting for these artifacts is only one aspect of the matter. In fact, this old master has also been waiting for you. And how should I address you, little brat? Yang Kai. This old master is Qian Tong, presumably you know who he is. If you don't mind, how about this old master address you as nephew? Yang Kai nodded indifferently. With Qian Tong's seniority in age, calling him nephew was not an insult to him. Qian Tong smiled from ear to ear. Nephew Yang is young and promising. At such a young age you have already reached the Saint King realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Because you are a regular customer, we'll give you a 20% discount, making it 13,600 Saint crystals. After deducting the Saint crystals required for these ores, customers' total is 45,400 Saint crystals. Would you like me to count them for you? No need. Yang Kai shook his head, secretly surprised by the price of these ores. The last time he had come here, the ores he bought had only cost 3,000 Saint crystals, but this time it was several times more expensive. No wonder Yang Yun said he was going to bleed out. Yang Kai believed that this shop assistant wouldn't try to trick him. After all, Qian Tong still had ideas about the artifact refiner behind him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai collected all the ores and Saint crystals into his space ring, leaving behind 100 Saint crystals. The shop assistant smiled and shot a grateful look towards Yang Kai before respectfully sending him off, neither of them mentioning the 100 Saint crystals. On the third floor of the firm, Qian Tong watched Yang Kai's back disappear from his field of vision, his brow furrowed deeply. He didn't know what method he could use to recruit Yang Kai into Shadow Moon Hall. He had tried twice today but had both failed. He didn't know what this young man's preferences were, but if he knew what they were, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, he couldn't send someone to follow him, which was really frustrating. There was a knock on the door again. Come in. Qian Tong sat back down in his chair. The shop assistant walked in and immediately reported, Elder, when that young man just left, he left 100 Saint crystals for this disciple. Qian Tong glanced at him in surprise. Did you accept it? And this disciple didn't refuse. He didn't say it explicitly, but this disciple knows that he deliberately left it for this disciple. Elder, if you can't accept it, I'll send it back to him now. The shop assistant cautiously observed Qian Tong's expression, fearing that the elder would become angry. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, No need. Since he's giving it to you, you should accept it generously. This young man likes to be straightforward. If you feign kindness and decline, he might not be happy. And the next time he comes to buy ores, you have to give him more. Then you have to tell him secretly. Do you understand? Understood. Right, what kind of ores did he buy this time? Was it the same as last time? The shop assistant immediately shook his head. This time he bought 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals worth of ores. According to your instructions, I gave him a 20% discount, so I accepted him. 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals? Qian Tong's face changed as he seemed to realize something and asked anxiously, Did he buy origin-grade ores? Yes. Qian Tong's expression changed and he suddenly burst into laughter. Good, as expected, as expected. Qian Tong seemed to be very excited and kept pacing back and forth around the room. The shop assistant was confused, not knowing why Elder Qian was so happy. In his impression, other than when he broke through to the second-order origin returning realm, the elder had never been as happy as he was today. A moment later, Qian Tong suddenly took out a piece of pure white jade and poured his divine sense into it before casually tossing it to the shop assistant. Pass down the order. All the stewards of my Shadow Moon Hall shops in Heavenly Fate City must remember this person's appearance. If he visits a shop, they must receive him with all their heart. Don't be too obvious about it, but give him preferential treatment if possible. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and offends him, I will make them regret being born in this world. Saying so, Qian Tong's aura became cold. You think you can kill Saint Kings? Su Tianzhe seemed to have heard a joke and laughed loudly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do the people of the Haiku family speak without thinking? Sui, go up and teach him a lesson, let him know what a Saint King is. Yes, young master. The cultivator who was named grinned and walked forward step by step, cracking his neck as he walked. Little brat, provoking my family's young master, your end will be very miserable. Provoking me, your end won't be any better. After you die you can regret it. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, and as soon as his voice fell, a jet black flame suddenly appeared and shot towards the cultivator named Su Wei. Instead, he sent out a burst of spiritual energy towards the bald middle-aged man and Su Tianzhe. A faint blue light burst from Su Tianzhe's waist, offsetting some of the damage from Yang Kai's spiritual energy attack. Even so, Su Tianzhe fainted without a word. The bald middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood as if his head had been pierced by thousands of needles. His knowledge sea trembled and his soul was nearly destroyed. How is this possible? The bald middle-aged man was horrified. He hadn't expected that not only was Yang Kai's Saint Qi so powerful, but even his spiritual energy was so terrifying. He was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai, but he had still almost been killed. If it weren't for Su Tianzhe's soul-type artifact, the two of them might have died already. Not daring to delay any longer, he hurriedly fled with Su Tianzhe as fast as he could. Chapter 11-13. Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai nervously supported Yang Inflammation as he swept her with his divine sense. After a while, he calmed down and found that things were not as he had thought. Yang Inflammation had not suffered any kind of vicious attack and there were no traces of injuries on her body, but she seemed to have suffered a great shock, causing her current mental state to be somewhat unstable. Gently patting her back, Yang Inflammation struggled to look up at Yang Kai, her face suddenly turning even paler as she struggled to run to the side and began retching violently, seemingly vomiting out all of her internal organs. Yang Kai stared at her with a strange expression. After a long time, Yang Inflammation whispered, "Yang Kai, I feel a little dizzy." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell straight to the ground. What? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly stepped forward to support her, only to find that she really had fainted, her small face still pale and bloodless, her soft body cold. Yang Kai sighed, shaking his head as he picked up Yang Inflammation and walked towards the cave. The interior of the cave was not much damaged. After all, the battle here had been too short, and the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags that Yang Kai had arranged had not been taken away. Returning to the stone room, Yang Kai placed Yang Inflammation on the bed and covered her with a quilt, looking at her unconscious face with some pity and amusement. Yang Kai had originally planned to kill that Su Tianzhe, but now that Yang Inflammation was in such a state, it was not convenient for him to leave, so he could only stand by and watch. Yang Kai had not been on Shadowed Star for long and had always held the mentality of not causing trouble, but now that he had attracted some trouble for no reason, he was naturally not willing to return alive. But even if Su Tianzhe went back and found some helpers, Yang Kai was not afraid. According to Wu Yi, there were no Origin King Realm Masters on Shadowed Star, and the strongest master in her Haiku family was only a 3rd Order Saint King. That Su Tianzhe obviously wasn't from a great force, so it was unlikely he would be able to find a decent master. Yang Inflammation slept for several days. No one knew what kind of nightmares she was having. From time to time she would scream and look very frightened. Every time she would need Yang Kai to calm her down. 3 days later, Yang Inflammation slowly woke up. Yang Kai sat by the bed and looked at her. After staring at Yang Kai for a while, Yang Inflammation shyly turned her head away and blushed. "Eat something first." Yang Kai casually threw a package over. It seemed that Yang Inflammation smelled the fragrance of the fruit, and it seemed that he really needed to replenish his strength. He immediately got up and opened the package. When he saw some yellow fruits inside, he beamed with joy and ate them. His pale face gradually became rosy. Seeing her complexion improve, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Have you never seen a dead person before?" The reason why Yang Inflammation fell into a coma was not because she was injured, but because she was frightened. She had been frightened by the tragic deaths of the people who had died in front of her. Yang Kai had long known that she was timid, but he hadn't expected her to be timid to this extent. Just because a few irrelevant people had died, she had fallen into a coma for 3 days. If she had seen such a bloody battlefield, how could she still live? However, Yang Kai also knew that everyone had a first time. Although his first time killing people wasn't as bad as Yang Inflammation's, his mood had also fluctuated greatly. It was just that his endurance was much stronger than Yang Inflammation's, and his psychological strength was also not something she could compare to. Chapter 11:15. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because it had absorbed the golden blood, but the little stone man was absolutely obedient to Yang Kai, carrying out all of his orders meticulously. However, even if Yang Kai wanted to communicate with it, he couldn't. He had hoped that the little stone man would evolve his own sentience like the divine tree, but looking at the current situation, this was somewhat impossible. It was more like a puppet with a life of its own. A few days later, Yang Kai discovered that the little stone man had a very strange ability, which was to dig holes in the ground. The speed at which the little stone man dug holes in the mountain was incredible. Yang Kai had discovered this by accident. Because of his orders, the little stone man didn't dare to approach the cave where Yang Inflammation was, but for some reason, it always wanted to drill deeper into the ground. In just a breath of time, it had drilled several dozen meters into the ground, and no matter how hard the ground was, it couldn't stop its progress. Yang Kai also experimented with some hard ores and found that no matter how hard the ores were, the little stone man could easily drill a large hole in them. This ability was quite good, but Yang Kai didn't understand why it had such an ability. Looking at its square head, Yang Kai really couldn't figure out how it was able to do this. Yang Kai originally thought that there might be some kind of rare ore in the ground that attracted the little stone man, but after careful investigation, Yang Kai rejected this idea. On the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, there were no spirit grasses, spirit medicines, or valuable ores. Before Yang Kai arranged the spirit array, aside from its beautiful scenery, it was nothing but a barren mountain. Even now, the only difference was that the world energy aura here was slightly richer than elsewhere, but there wasn't anything special about it. As long as Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't emptied out, Yang Kai didn't bother with this little guy. It had only been able to break out of its shell because he had inadvertently obtained a blood essence stone, but the little stone man wrapped in a pitch-black round stone wasn't so lucky. If Yang Kai wanted it to come out, he would probably need to find another blood essence stone. However, this kind of thing was really too rare. Yang Kai had been in star territory for some time now, but he had never heard of anyone possessing a blood essence stone. It seemed that even in star territory, blood essence stones were rare goods. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly felt a shocking energy fluctuation from the cave. This energy fluctuation disappeared in a flash, and in the next moment, Yang Inflammation's triumphant laughter reached his ears. Success. Yang Kai's expression filled with joy, and he quickly rushed into the cave. Inside the stone room, the human-sized furnace was still exuding an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Inflammation stood in place with her clothes dripping wet. It was obvious that she had expended a great deal of effort to refine this artifact and was sweating profusely. Even her hair was disheveled, making her look like a madwoman. The black robe she was wearing had been taken off at some point, leaving her in only a thin gauze skirt. Her clothes were soaked in sweat and stuck tightly to her body. When Yang Kai rushed in, the first thing he saw was not his artifact, but an extremely alluring figure. Her round buttocks were ridiculously perky, as if a pair of big hands were holding them up, giving her an enchanting demeanor. The exaggerated curve of her waist was captivating while her lower abdomen was flat and smooth. Through her wet clothes, Yang Kai could clearly see the shape and color of the undergarments Yang Inflammation was wearing. She couldn't help but cry out. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. He was too embarrassed to pull her up. This woman was not only timid, but also thin-skinned. Even if he pulled her, she probably wouldn't get up. I'm fine. Young Inflammation curled up into a ball and really didn't get up. She covered her face and said, "Can you go out first? I want to wash the dust off my body." Yang Kai nodded. Holding back his laughter, he turned and walked out. Outside the cave, the little stone golem was swaying back and forth as if it was drunk. It accidentally tripped over its right leg and fell flat on its face. Struggling to get up, he raised his head and stared at Yang Kai innocently. "Good job." Kai Yang suddenly discovered that this little guy's facial features were delicate and pretty, and he was smart and witty. Where was his previous foolish appearance? Chapter 11:17. Yang Inflammation continued. Finding or veins is just one of the stone mongoose's abilities. It has another ability that all artifact refiners dream of, which is its ability to quench the essence of ores. With its assistance, an artifact refiner no longer has to work so hard to quench ores. The stone mongoose can do this easily, and better than any other artifact refiner. Alchemy required condensing medicinal liquids, while artifact refining required quenching ores. Both processes involved removing impurities from materials and preserving the essence. This process was indispensable in both alchemy and artifact refining. The more impurities were removed, the better the refined pill or artifact would be. Many times, an alchemist or artifact refiner's true ability could be seen from their methods of removing impurities. In this regard, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were among the best in their respective territories. However, the stone mongoose was born with the ability to remove impurities and quench ores, and its quenching was the most thorough, better than any other artifact refiner, which was why Yang Inflammation was so interested in this little guy. What Yang Kai didn't know was that the stone mongoose had another name, the strongest support for an artifact refiner. Whether it was its ability to find or veins or quench ores, it was what artifact refiners needed the most. Yang Kai, who wasn't an artifact refiner, actually owned a stone mongoose, which made Yang Inflammation's eyes go red with jealousy. This was simply casting pearls before swine, a complete waste of heaven's gifts. If only this stone mongoose was his own. Continue. What other abilities does it have? Yang Kai smiled. The more he looked at this little guy, the more pleasing he felt to his eyes. He hadn't expected that one of the two pitch-black round stones he brought from Tongshen realm would give birth to such a heaven-defying existence. Since it's a kind of puppet, it can naturally be used to fight. Yang Inflammation sighed. You know that artifact refiners and alchemists are the same, their combat ability isn't strong, but the stone mongoose can make up for this. It's simply made for artifact refiners. Yang Inflammation wasn't very interested in fighting, so he didn't go into too much detail. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the little thing in his hand. He couldn't figure out how it would fight. Such a palm-sized puppet, even if it had battle prowess, wouldn't it be very limited? Did he have to dig a hole in the ground? Its ability to drill into the ground was superb. Yang Kai gidge. Yang Yanyan's face was red as she called out coquettishly. Yang Kai, who was thinking, shuddered and glared at her. Speak properly. Yang Inflammation was not the kind of woman who would act coquettishly. Her pretentiousness made her lose her original charm. You stone mongoose, can you? You can't. Not waiting for her to finish, Kai Yang interrupted her. Yang Inflammation said bitterly, I haven't finished talking yet. I know what you want to say. You want it? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. That's impossible. I already have a connection with it. Even if I give it to you, it will only listen to my orders. You actually subdued it? Yang Inflammation's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you subdue it? The stone mongoose is very difficult to subdue, unless you've been cultivating it before it fully matured. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai grinned. He had been cultivating it for many years, and in the end, he even used a drop of golden blood to establish a subtle connection with the stone mongoose. I'm so angry. Yang Inflammation stomped her foot. She originally wanted to take the stone mongoose, but when she heard Yang Kai say that he had subdued it, she immediately calmed down. Because the stone mongoose didn't have any intelligence, once it recognized someone, it couldn't be taken away unless it was destroyed. Chapter 11:20. The two walked out of the hidden cave and Yang Yen pulled Yang Kai aside and said, "Wait a moment, I'll arrange a spirit array to hide this place." "All right." Yang Yen was not only proficient in artifact refining, but also in spirit arrays. This was not something a half-baked Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Yen took out a variety of materials from her space ring and began refining them before arranging them in a seemingly random but actually orderly fashion around the entrance of the cave. After she finished, the cave entrance suddenly disappeared. Not only was it invisible to the naked eye, but it was also difficult to detect with one's divine sense. Yang Yen clapped her hands with satisfaction. "Just remember this position, next time you come here, just jump down from here." Yang Kai was also quite satisfied with her arrangement. Although he might not come here again, it was better to prevent others from accidentally discovering this cave. Once news of a large number of space spirit crystals here leaked out, all of Shadowed Star would likely boil over. Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts, so no one would not care about precious ores like space spirit crystals. The two of them walked towards the cave, but before they reached it, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He found that Yu Feng had run over for some unknown reason, and his expression seemed to be somewhat anxious. At the moment he was pacing back and forth near the cave, looking like he was looking for him. Yang Kai couldn't help speeding up and soon arrived in front of Yu Feng, calling out, "Brother Yu." "Yang Kai." Yu Feng was like a headless fly, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, so when he heard this shout, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. "Where did you run off to?" "I searched all over Dragon Cave Mountain but couldn't find you. I thought you had already left." Yang Kai chuckled. "I went out with Yang Yen for a stroll. If I wanted to leave I would have said goodbye to Wu Yi. How could I leave without saying goodbye?" Yu Feng shook his head and interrupted him, saying solemnly, "Are you really going to leave now?" Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Yang Kai knew that Wu Yi wouldn't drive him away. Wu Yi had a big dream, and it was because of this dream that she had given him Dragon Cave Mountain as a temporary residence. Moreover, Wu Yi had visited him several times over the past few days and treated him well. However, since Yu Feng had come here, he should have been entrusted by Wu Yi. If there hadn't been an accident, Wu Yi wouldn't have come here. Yang Kai immediately remembered that he had killed a few people before. It was very likely that they had something to do with Su Tianzi. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots, there would indeed be consequences. Yu Feng hurriedly said, "I don't have time to explain too much. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to pack. If there is, pack it up quickly. I'll take you away now and explain it to you on the way." "What's the matter?" "I still want to take a shower," Yang Inflammation said with a dirty face, still not understanding the situation. After spending so much time in the underground cave, her entire body was filthy. "Miss Yang Inflammation, please wait until we reach a safe place to wash up." "What are you waiting for? If you don't have anything to pack, we'll set off now." Yu Feng saw the indifferent look on both of their faces and couldn't help feeling anxious. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Brother Yu, please calm down." "What happened?" Yu Feng stomped his foot in annoyance, wishing he could knock Yang Kai unconscious so he wouldn't continue to blabber on. "I told you there was no time to explain. I've been looking for you here for a long time and the young lady has been stalling for time in the family. If you don't leave now, it'll really be too late." "And it's already too late." A cold snort sounded as a thin old man landed and glared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai hadn't whispered those words just now, so naturally they had been heard by this old man. Following his words, one figure after another landed, a total of 20 people in total. Among these 20 people, there were old and young, men and women, and their cultivations varied, but the strongest among them was only a third-order Saint King. Next to the old man who spoke was a balding middle-aged man who stared at Yang Kai with a look of dread, his brow furrowed, his face slightly pale. Yang Kai remembered him. At that time, it was this bald middle-aged man who had protected Su Tianzi and escaped. If he hadn't run away quickly, Yang Kai would have already killed him. Wu Yi also came, and after landing she shot an annoyed look towards Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected that he hadn't managed to escape in time. She couldn't help glaring at Yu Feng, the blame in her eyes obvious. Yu Feng lowered his head awkwardly, not daring to meet her eyes. Good little brat, you didn't run away." The third-order Saint King old man nodded heavily, his face filled with malice as he asked coldly, "Cho Yuan, the one who injured young master last time, is he the one?" After listening to the old man's question, the bald middle-aged man standing next to him nodded quickly. Yes, Elder Jishin, he was the one who injured young master. Yang Kai's brow rose as he stared at the bald middle-aged man named Cho Yuan with some surprise. Last time, not only had he injured Su Tianze, he had also killed 3 First-Order Saint King Cultivator, but now the other party hadn't mentioned anything about the deaths of those 3. Cho Yuan hadn't said anything about the situation at that time. Yang Kai instantly understood. Cho Yuan was a Second-Order Saint King, and even though he had brought 3 First-Order Saint Kings with him, he was still unable to protect his young master. Obviously he was unable to protect his young master. Cho Yuan probably didn't dare to tell the truth, lest he be punished even more severely. Since this matter hadn't been exposed yet, it meant that Su Tianze had either helped Cho Yuan conceal the truth, or he had become an idiot. At that time Yang Kai had hurriedly released a burst of spiritual energy that had such power. Now, it seemed that the latter was more likely because Su Tianze was just a young master, so there was no need for him to help Cho Yuan conceal anything. Since it's him, it's easy to handle. Cho Yuan, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go, chop off that little brat's limbs, I'll take him back and soak him in a medicinal pot, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Su Jishin roared furiously, glaring towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. Many people couldn't help shivering at this sight. Having their limbs chopped off and soaked in medicine meant that they would not die in a short period of time. It was very likely that they would be tortured for a year and a half before slowly dying. That was truly a life worse than death. It was an incomparably vicious torture in the human world. Yang Kai calmly stared at Cho Yuan, not showing the slightest sign of panic. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Cho Yuan didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he had a submissive look on his face. Although he responded, his feet seemed to be filled with lead. He didn't move for a long time. The expression on his face was terrified. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead and fell to the ground. Everyone could see that something was wrong. Cho Yuan seemed to be trembling, but no one knew why. Cho Yuan's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew better than anyone just how terrifying this young man's strength was. If someone had told him before that a Saint Realm cultivator could kill 3 Saint Kings in a single move, he would have scoffed. Chapter 11:23. Everyone present, regardless of their strength, felt the strangeness of these demonic flames. None of them had ever seen such a strange power before. Just the power radiating from these demonic flames was enough to make them feel uncomfortable, as if they were being tortured, not to mention what kind of fate awaited them if they were to be directly bombarded by this kind of power. For a time many people showed looks of dread and horror. Ba Qingyan of the Haiku family narrowed his eyes and gestured to his family's cultivator before quietly leading a group of people away. He finally realized that Yang Kai was acting strangely. A trivial third-order Saint cultivator, if he didn't have something to rely on, how could he act so arrogantly in front of Su Jishin? However, no matter what Yang Kai's backing was, Ba Qingyan wasn't going to get involved in this mess. The battle between the Su family and Yang Kai had nothing to do with him, so he was happy to stand aside and watch the show. What he cared more about was how to deal with the traitor Wu Yi. Daring to leave the family without permission, no matter who it was, would not have a good end. Yang Yun had seen Yang Kai fight before, so although he didn't know if Yang Kai could escape unscathed from Su Jishin, he still obediently led Wu Yi and Yufeng to the side so they wouldn't be caught up in the battle. Seeing them retreat, the Su family's cultivator also retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Su Jishin remained, staring at each other from a distance. Old dog, my principle has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Yang Kai wasn't an easy person to talk to, not to mention this old dog calling him a little beast made him even angrier, secretly deciding to teach him a lesson today. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, he didn't put them in his eyes. These two families didn't even have an origin-returning realm master, so Yang Kai was confident they couldn't do anything to him. Besides, even if an origin-returning realm master attacked him, he could easily retreat. As such, he had no scruples. Arrogant brat. Su Jishin's old face paled. After his soul was inadvertently damaged just now, he had been searching for Yang Kai to see if he was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything. Not daring to act rashly, Su Jishin waved his hand and sent an almost invisible black line towards Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used this thing to hide in his Saint Chi, allowing him to easily kill the cultivator named Cho Yuan. Besides Ba Qingyan, who was familiar with Yang Kai's abilities, no one else had noticed it, and all of them thought Yang Kai's Saint Chi was powerful. But Yang Kai's divine sense was strong, and he had long been on guard against this strange artifact. As soon as he attacked, Yang Kai met his attack with his sword. The demonic flame contained the power to incinerate all things in the world and was the foundation of Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai believed that even if this thin line was an origin-grade artifact, it wouldn't be able to resist his demonic flame. There seemed to be a crisp sound of metal colliding as a spark burst from the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand. When the thin line collided with the demonic flame sword, an extremely cold energy suddenly erupted from the thin line and swept towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his powerful divine sense locked onto the thin black line. He found that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. His demonic flame had little effect on this invisible thin line. Although it was burning violently, it couldn't burn it at all. Su Jishin roared, and as his voice rang out, the image of the small mountain pressed down heavily. Kacha. The several grand heavenly shields he had just condensed were completely useless as they were directly crushed by the phantom of the small mountain. However, the phantom's speed didn't decrease and it continued to press down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to even move as he secretly cursed in his heart. Su Jishin's 100 Mountains picture artifact was clearly an origin-grade artifact, and although the phantom seemed illusory, it was actually as heavy as a small mountain. If it really pressed down on him, Yang Kai estimated that even if his physique was tyrannical, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only use his space force. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The small mountain directly crushed Kai Yang's afterimage, causing the earth to violently tremble. The ground cracked like a spider's, and even the distant mountain peak shook a few times. Countless birds were startled and scattered in all directions. Su Jishin was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. "Junior, now you know how powerful this old master is. Daring to fight me, you're still too inexperienced." Wu Yi's face went pale. She also thought that Yang Kai had been killed. "Old dog, do you only know how to bark?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side, and the heaven-punishing spear, which contained the power of space, broke through the blockade of space and instantly appeared in front of Su Jishin. Su Jishin, who had been feeling proud of himself, broke out in a cold sweat and without even thinking about it, desperately pushed his Saint Chi. From his 100 Mountains picture, another phantom mountain flew out, but this one was much larger than the previous one, at least 1,000 meters high. The heaven-punishing spear was blocked by this phantom mountain and returned without any effect. Su Jishin was both shocked and angry as he pointed his finger and sent out a second mountain towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai finally understood why this artifact was called the 100 Mountains picture, because there were clearly 100 mountain peaks in this picture scroll. Every time Su Jishin summoned one, there would be one less in the picture scroll, and each one was larger than the last. The largest one, Yang Kai was frightened just by looking at it. If he were to be hit by it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. Although Yang Kai also knew that with Su Jishin's ability, it was impossible for him to summon 100 mountain peaks, the power of this artifact was not small. The second mountain peak smashed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed, while the first smaller mountain peak also flew up and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Each phantom mountain peak gave off an oppressive aura, making Yang Kai's movements and Saint Chi difficult to circulate. Su Jishin had really gone crazy, summoning a third and fourth mountain peaks all at once. With the four peaks intercepting him, Yang Kai simply had no way to avoid them. A violent impact rang out and the surrounding space seemed to collapse as a powerful shockwave swept out. In an instant, Dragon Cave Mountain was uprooted and countless trees were torn to shreds by this shockwave. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, many of the Su family and Haiku family cultivators' faces went pale. They knew that if they had not retreated just now, even if they had stood there and watched, they would have been affected. Because even now, the waves of energy still caused everyone's skin to ache, as if they were being cut by knives. Those with lower strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist, several of them having been blown away, and it was impossible to tell whether they were still alive or not. Once the 100 Mountains picture appeared, even this old master had to temporarily avoid it. All of Dragon Cave Mountain trembled violently as one crater after another appeared in the ground, spreading out in all directions. Yang Kai roared furiously, "Old dog, don't destroy my territory." If he continued to be entangled with Su Jishin like this, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain would be destroyed. Once the earth collapsed, the space spirit crystal lode hidden below would be exposed. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide. Balls of burning demonic flames were shot out by him, lingering around Su Jishin. Surprisingly, these demonic flames did not disappear, but instead gradually gathered together as the demonic flames increased, forming a black cloud of burning flames in just a few moments. This cloud of flames wrapped around Su Jishin and the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him, constantly burning them. Yang Kai also continuously sent out his demon race flames to become the demon race flames, increasing the power of this cloud of flames. No, no. Su Jishin screamed in horror as the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him became dimmer and dimmer under the burning of this cloud of flames, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. Once these 4 mountain peaks disappeared, it would be time for Su Jishin to die. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill this little bastard." Su Jishin hurriedly shouted at the Su family Saint King Realm cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. He had been fighting Yang Kai with his own strength all this time because he wanted to show off his strength and maintain the dignity of the elders, but how could he have imagined that he would not be this young man's opponent? Now that he was about to die, he no longer had any scruples and could only ask the family's cultivator for help. In the distance, when the Saint King Realm cultivators who had followed Su Jishin heard this shout, only 2 of them rushed over without hesitation while the rest of them hesitated, not daring to step forward. Some of them even retreated a few steps without leaving a trace. Su Jishin had even taken out a treasure like the 100 Mountains picture but still wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so how could they dare to come forward and die? The 2 Saint King Realm cultivators who rushed over didn't understand the situation before 2 demonic flames flew towards them. The 2 stupidly tried to block them, but in the blink of an eye, the demonic flames had wrapped around their bodies and were unable to extinguish them no matter how hard they tried. Before they could even get close, they rolled on the ground and stopped moving completely. Seeing this scene, the remaining Su family Saint King Realm cultivators could no longer hold back the panic in their hearts and turned around to flee, one of them even shouting, "Elder, hold on, I'm going back to the family to call for reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Su Jishin coughed up a mouthful of blood and his already dispirited expression completely dimmed. On the other hand, Yu Feng snorted, "Didn't Elder Ba just say he wanted Wu Yi to accept the family law? He even said he would do it himself." Ba Qingyan immediately glared at Yu Feng coldly. He wanted to become friends with Yang Kai, so he had to accommodate Wu Yi, but that didn't mean he had to accommodate Yu Feng. Yang Kai didn't like him and Wu Yi ignored him, causing him to become angry out of shame. Now that Yu Feng had added fuel to the fire, if not for having scruples about Yang Kai, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. To Ba Qingyan's surprise, Yu Feng, who had always been subservient to him like a mouse seeing a cat, was now extremely stubborn and didn't even try to avoid meeting his eyes. This made Ba Qingyan feel like he had lost face. After thinking about it for a moment, Ba Qingyan said, "Little friend has just broken through a great realm and will need some time to consolidate his cultivation, so this old master won't disturb you for the time being. If there is anything little friend needs from my haiku family, there is no need to be polite, just ask. And since Wu Yi and Yu Feng are your friends, they can stay and look after you. This place is my haiku family's territory, so Wu Yi, Yu Feng, don't neglect this little friend, understood?" There were at least a few hundred stone rooms in the cave. Yang Kai swept the room with his divine sense and smiled wryly, ordering the stone mongoose to continue mining space spirit ore and ignoring it. While he was in retreat to consolidate his Saint King realm cultivation, Yang Kai was also refining the purple shield artifact that Yang Yen had just refined. Su Jishin's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishin's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishin had only summoned 6 mountain phantoms, yet they had already displayed such power. If he had summoned 100 of them, it was likely the surrounding 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed. Yang Kai urgently needed a defensive artifact. After Yang Yen and the other two finished sorting out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or two, there were suddenly hundreds of stone rooms of the same size, causing Wu Yi and Yu Feng to feel like they were in a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's handiwork but didn't notice anything strange at all. Only Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this was the work of the stone mongoose. With so many stone rooms, Wu Yi and Yu Feng naturally chose one each to live in. Yang Yen took out some saint crystals and arranged a small spirit-gathering spirit array in each of their stone rooms, allowing them to cultivate better before busying himself with arranging the defensive spirit array. Fortunately, Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so although she didn't understand artifact refining under the guidance of Yang Yen, she was able to refine some simple things. The stone mongoose was the busiest of all. It had just been sent by Yang Kai to collect space spirit crystals before being called back by Yang Yen. Tempering materials was something the stone mongoose could do quickly and efficiently, so who else could it be? Yang Yen saved a lot of time and energy. She had never enjoyed such a beautiful artifact refining process before. With the stone mongoose as her assistant, all she needed to do was shape the materials and inscribe the spirit arrays inside them. There was no need for her to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai exited his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally, there was only him and Yang Yen here, followed by Wu Yi and Yu Feng, so there were only 4 people in total, but now there were at least 40 more people in the cave. Some of them were cultivating in their stone rooms while others were helping out. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was lively. What's going on here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all of these people. Even if he didn't know their names, he was quite familiar with them. Because they were all people who had followed Wu Yi back on the starship and had helped out under the leadership of Yu Feng when the cave was being arranged. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over. After not seeing her for half a month, Wu Yi's complexion had improved greatly and the sadness between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her entire person seemed youthful and beautiful, filled with joy. These people. Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically. They all announced they were leaving the family. Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. If there were 1 or 2 young men who admired Wu Yi and followed her, even going so far as to leave the Haiku family, that would be one thing, but there were more than 40 people here, A mix of men and women? Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's temperament, Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious and he didn't waste any time directly asking, "My haiku family intends to marry off a few unmarried girls to little friend Yang Kai. I wonder if little friend Yang Kai is already married?" Not interested. Yang Kai still wore a cold expression. "Little friend Yang Kai, it's like this, you killed Su Jishin of the Su family and snatched his 100 Mountains picture, so the Su family won't let this matter rest. My haiku family is willing to take responsibility for little friend Yang Kai's troubles. As long as little friend Yang Kai agrees to live with my family is willing to hire little friend Yang Kai as a foreign elder and enjoy the same treatment." Not interested. "Little friend Yang Kai, please let this old man finish speaking." Ba Qingyan secretly complained in his heart, wondering what kind of job he had taken on. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what he said, Yang Kai's only response was that he wasn't interested. "Little friend Yang Kai, you have offended the Su family and killed Su Jishin, so the next time the Su family comes, it won't be just one or two people. For the 100 Mountains picture they may come in full force. Without the protection of my haiku family, how can a trivial mountain like you resist? Even if you aren't afraid of them, what about the girl next to you? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Little friend Yang Kai should understand, right? Now is not the time to act rashly. If you want to protect yourself and that girl, my haiku family is willing to do its part." And as time passed, this probability continued to increase, gradually reaching 1 in 4, then 1 in 3. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he should now be an origin-grade low-rank alchemist, which meant he could refine origin-grade low-rank pills. However, if he tried to forcibly refine them he might fail, and once he failed he would lose origin-grade materials. Yang Kai didn't need many pills himself, he was mainly performing alchemy to sell them for money. A Saint-grade high-rank pill with pill veins was even more expensive than an ordinary origin-grade low-rank pill, so he didn't waste any origin-grade materials and only refined Saint-King-grade pills. Forgetting to eat and sleep, Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, his Saint-King realm cultivation became more and more stable. Saint-King-grade pills were constantly being produced from Yang Kai's hands, filling up one jade bottle after another, creating a festive scene. When other alchemists performed alchemy, they would need a long time to recover, but Yang Kai didn't need to. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and with the nourishment of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus all year round, his spiritual energy was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed in alchemy was basically equal to the recovery rate of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai, don't underestimate these people. Although Su Jishin's strength in the Su family is good, he isn't the strongest. I heard that the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, is about to break through to the origin-returning realm, so he is definitely much stronger than Su Jishin. The other elders and foreign elders are also third-order Saint Kings. With so many of them coming together. Wu Yi reminded him worriedly. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, in the end even a tiger couldn't resist a pack of wolves. The Su family had sent out all of their elites this time, so they obviously wouldn't give up. I'm not underestimating them, but the Haiku family actually came as well. Interesting. Yang Kai stared coldly towards the other side of the group. Over there, a group of people was also quickly flying over. This lineup was not inferior to the Su families, all of them were Saint King grade cultivators, and there were quite a few third-order cultivators as well. Wu Yi followed Yang Kai's gaze and her face paled as she muttered, "Patriarch is also here." The people from these two families had clearly agreed to come together. The Su family's Yang Kai wasn't going to let them off easily, but Yang Kai didn't know what the Haiku family's stance on this matter would be. Last time, Yang Kai had driven away Ba Qingyan, causing the Haiku family to lose face, so perhaps the Haiku family would also stand on the same side as the Su family. If this really happened, regardless of whether they were from the Wu Yi family or not, Yang Kai wouldn't show any mercy. Yang Kai was grateful to Wu Yi, but he didn't have a good impression of the Haiku family. The people of the two clans quickly gathered together. It was unknown what they were discussing, but they actually stood there and did not leave. After a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of disagreement and began arguing. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, angrily waved his sleeve and led the Su family's masters towards the cave while the Haiku family's people stood far away, not moving. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and elders had come together. In any case, she was once a member of the Haiku family, and now the elders and foreign elders were under the leadership of the patriarch. Although they didn't seem to have good intentions, in the end they didn't approach this place. This was the result Wu Yi hoped to see the most. Even Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts and relaxed greatly. "Qingyan, you know Yang Kai's strength best, what do you think will happen to him this time?" Patriarch Yen of the Haiku family turned to the pale Ba Qingyan and asked. A few days ago, Ba Qingyan had been injured by Yang Kai and had returned to the Haiku family, causing all the elders and foreign elders to be shocked. They had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, but it seemed they had still underestimated his strength. According to Ba Qingyan's description, Yang Kai's soul cultivation was no weaker than an origin returning realm master. They didn't know how Yang Kai cultivated, but this only further proved that this young man wasn't simple. Even though they wanted to recruit him, Yang Kai's attitude still made them very angry. This time, the Su family had joined forces with them to find trouble with Yang Kai, but Ian hadn't given them a clear answer. Even after arriving here, he didn't continue to move forward, simply standing here and waiting for the situation to develop. It seemed like he was just going to stand by and watch, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qingyan's expression became gloomy as he said, "Although he is very strong, I don't think he can win against the Su family." With his aptitude, as long as he has enough pills, I think it won't take him more than 10 years to break through to the origin returning realm. Ian said so, as if a beautiful picture had been unfurled in front of his eyes, making him seem dozens of years younger. Once he reaches the origin returning realm, the status of my Haiku family will rise and we will be able to enter the inner layer of Shadow Moon Hall. When that time comes, would we still need to worry about not receiving rewards? Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that if one used pills to increase one's cultivation regardless of the consequences, it was indeed possible to promote a Saint King realm cultivator to the origin returning realm within 10 years, but at the same time, that person would become a cripple. Using pills to increase one's cultivation would result in impure results, and even a genius would become mediocre. But what did this have to do with them? Yang Kai was just an outsider who was picked up by Wu Yi from the star field. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't a member of the Haiku family. If he became a cripple, then so be it. As long as he could bring benefits to the family, any price was worth it. Patriarch's foresight is truly admirable. Ba Qingyan bowed respectfully. He really admired his patriarch's strategy. This was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If successful, not only would the family's reputation be preserved, but they would also be able to annex the Su family and recruit Yang Kai. 10 years later, the family's future would be smooth and they would no longer need to struggle at the bottom. The elders and foreign elders also quickly expressed their admiration for the patriarch's wisdom. Only Changqi and Howen, who Yang Kai had met before, glanced at each other and sighed. On the other side, the Su family masters led by Su Jikuan arrived a few dozen meters outside the cave, but as soon as they stepped into the area covered by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen, all of them frowned. Inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness rose from the bottom of their hearts, but when they looked around they couldn't find anything out of place. "Patriarch, that's the one who killed Third Elder." A Saint King came to Su Jikuan's side and pointed to Yang Kai from afar. Su Jikuan's eyes narrowed as clear murderous intent overflowed from his body. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say he was only a third-order saint? Why is he a first-order saint king?" The man who spoke just now exclaimed, "But that day, waste? You can't even tell what his cultivation is, what use are you?" Although Su Jikuan was reprimanding them, he actually felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He had received a report from the masters of his family that a third-order saint had killed Su Jishin and snatched the 100 Mountains picture, but he couldn't believe it. But now he discovered that this little brat was clearly a first-order saint king, allowing him to calm down. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Su family, the Haiku family hadn't said a word about Yang Kai's breakthrough or even how he had injured Ba Qingyin, all in order to make the Su family suffer. Naturally, Su Jikuan thought the information he received was wrong. Although it was possible that this young man had broken through in the past few days, that possibility was simply too low. A third-order saint killing a third-order saint king was something Su Jikuan couldn't accept. But if Yang Kai was a first-order saint king, it would make sense. After all, there was always a bottom line for fighting above one's realm. Instinctively, Su Jikuan felt that the cultivator who had fled back to his family must have been too frightened to notice that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. "You're the bastard Yang Kai who injured my nephew Tianze and killed my third brother Jishin?" Su Jikuan shouted sharply. "Who gave you the courage to kill my Su family elders?" Su Jikuan's roar caused the several dozen cultivator behind Wu Yi's back to pale, all of them taking out their artifacts and vigilantly preparing for the arrival of a great enemy. Even Wu Yi and Yu Feng pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Are you the Su family's patriarch? It is this old master. I didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good, since you've come, there's no need for you to leave." The cultivator who had just spoken to Su Jikuan trembled and immediately took a few steps back. He clearly remembered that the last time Su Jishin had come here, this young man had said the same thing, but the result was that Su Jishin had died. This sentence was like a death sentence, causing this cultivator to instinctively feel fear. If the patriarch elders and foreign elders weren't here, this cultivator would have immediately fled. Perceiving this cultivator's abnormality, Su Jikuan stared at him coldly, grit his teeth and shouted, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. Hand over my Su family's 100 Mountains picture and cripple your own Dantian, and this old master can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for bullying you." Su Jikuan couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, so how could he let Yang Kai die so easily? He was prepared to torture this young man to appease his waste son's soul in heaven. "Enough nonsense, if you want to fight then fight, I don't have time to waste with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Good, good, good." Su Jikuan saw Yang Kai acting so domineering and angrily laughed, shouting, "Then as you wish." As soon as his voice fell, Su Jikuan spread his wings and rushed towards Yang Kai. The dozen or so third-order Saint King Su family elders and foreign elders followed closely behind Su Jikuan, obviously preparing to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. No matter what cultivation Yang Kai had, since he could kill Su Jishin, it meant that his combat strength was extraordinary, so how could Su Jikuan underestimate him? He had long since made up his mind to not give Yang Kai any chance to resist. The Haiku family cultivators who were watching from a distance saw the Su family swarm over and were so shocked their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. "Aren't they too shameless?" Waluan shouted. Just a moment ago, Su Jikuan had said that he didn't want to bully the weak, but in the blink of an eye, not only were they bullying the weak, they were even bullying him with numbers. The Su family's face was really thick. How could that little brat survive like this? "Patriarch, what should we do?" Huang Wan frowned, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Ian's expression changed. To be honest, he hadn't expected the Su family's anger to be so fierce, all of them rushing over as soon as they arrived. Even if he brought his people over now, it would be too late. Letting out a sigh, Ian seemed to be comforting himself. If that Yang Kai really can't escape, then it's not worth recruiting him, but let's go take a look, perhaps he won't die anytime soon. The Su family master who had been speaking could no longer bear this terrifying torture and waved the machete in his hand, sending out a wave of saber chi as he rushed out. Foreign Elder Lu, you can't leave. Su Jikuan roared as he stretched out his hand to grab Foreign Elder Lu's back, but unexpectedly he only managed to grab air. With just a single step, Foreign Elder Lu's figure disappeared from his sight. Su Jikuan's face became gloomy as he knew that Foreign Elder Lu was definitely dead. Before he could finish his thoughts though, Foreign Elder Lu's scream rang out not far away. This scream was short and hurried, obviously he had been killed in a single blow. Su Jikuan's eyes filled with unparalleled resentment and a strong sense of powerlessness. In this kind of spirit array he couldn't display his strength at all. If he had been killed in a fight like his third brother, he wouldn't have had anything to say. What could he do if his skills were inferior? But dying like this was not something he wanted to see. Originally there was another Su family master who wanted to rush out with Foreign Elder Lu. Although he had only been in here for half a cup of tea's time, each day felt like a year to him. He had had enough of this strange place. But when he heard Foreign Elder Lu's scream, he immediately rejoiced in his heart that he had hesitated just now, otherwise he would likely have followed in Foreign Elder Lu's footsteps. Everyone, don't leave my side. Su Jikuan, as the patriarch of the Su family, was a meticulous thinker. After experiencing the initial panic, he immediately understood something. This spirit array is probably only used to trap us. It doesn't have any lethality, so we must not fall behind. Once we do, we will be attacked. Everyone follow me and we will definitely find a way out. I don't believe this spirit array can trap us for the rest of our lives. Everyone's expression suddenly became spirited as they nodded and followed behind Su Jikuan, no longer willing to leave his side. The remaining 5 Su family masters charged left and right inside the spirit array while the dozen or so people from the Haiku family who were watching from a distance were all sweating profusely, their faces ashen. Just a moment ago, they had been waiting for Yang Kai to be defeated so they could go up and show him some kindness, but how could they have known that in just half a cup of tea's time, the situation would suddenly change? Although they couldn't see the situation inside the fog, they were able to infer some things from the screams they heard. The Su family was finished. Of the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who were the mainstays of the Su family, only 4 or 5 of them were still alive at this moment, and it was unknown if any of them would be able to escape. The strength of the Haiku family and the Su family had always been about the same, so if this strange spirit array could deal with the Su family, didn't that mean that if the Haiku family's cultivator fell into this spirit array, there would be no way out? Ba Qingyan took out a handkerchief from somewhere and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The handkerchief was completely soaked, but he didn't realize it. While wiping the sweat on the handkerchief, he kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The expressions of Hua Luan, Huang Wan, and the other elders and foreign elders were also not much better, each of them trembling uncontrollably. They had never believed that their family's Dragon Cave Mountain, a trivial 1,000-meter area, had become the Su family's burial ground. Su Jishin had been killed here, and now the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had died one after another. The Su family was truly finished. Patriarch Ian's face also became extremely pale. He secretly rejoiced that he had made the right decision not to agree to the Su family's proposal to join forces with him. Ian didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately retreated with the other elders and foreign elders hurrying to follow. After retreating 50 kilometers, everyone found that Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue them, so they all stopped and glanced around at each other, feeling a little ashamed. Facing a young man all of them had actually fled like stray dogs, it was truly shameful. But now wasn't the time to consider such things. Seeing the dozen or so Saint King realm masters of the Su family being wiped out with their own eyes, everyone realized how great Yang Kai's value was. Ian glared fiercely at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan obviously knew why Ian was blaming him, so he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Patriarch, this time I failed to discern right from wrong. I didn't expect that Yang Kai actually had such great potential. On top of that, that woman's attainments in the spirit array Dao are so high. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Su Jishen when he came to find trouble with him. Otherwise, Wu Yi wouldn't have been forced to leave the family and… Enough, it's useless to say such things now. Ian waved his hand impatiently. Patriarch, should we try our best to make friends with him now? Huang Wan asked worriedly. His potential is so terrifying and that woman's spirit array methods are so profound. If we can make friends with them, it will only be beneficial to us. And, Foreign Elder Huang is right, these two talents should indeed be made friends with. Waluan also nodded in agreement. We can't make friends with them now. To everyone's surprise, Ian actually shook his head. Why? Huang Wan didn't understand. If they hadn't seen the strength of this young man and woman, they wouldn't have tried to make friends with them, but now that they had, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Had the patriarch become confused? Have you forgotten what Su Jikun shouted before he died? Ian coldly snorted. Everyone thought about it carefully and after a while their expressions changed. Patriarch, you mean Shadow Moon Hall? Huang Wan asked uncertainly. Ian sneered. Although my Haiku family and his Su family are the lowest level forces and are insignificant in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall, in the end they still carry the name of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that so many people from the Su family have died, including the patriarch, Shadow Moon Hall has been slapped in the face. If they don't do anything about this, how can families like ours rely on them in the future? Shadow Moon Hall will definitely take action, and we must report everything we see today, otherwise when they ask about it, it will be troublesome. But Patriarch, if we do this, won't we offend that young man and not try to recruit him? Waluan asked puzzledly. Recruit? En sneered. Even if we recruit him, who can subdue him? Since he can't be subdued, what use is he? With his potential and aptitude, coupled with that young woman's spirit array attainments, once they have time to breathe and develop, how can my Haiku family have any right to speak here? At that time this place will belong to the Yang family. Before, En was very interested in Yang Kai and wanted to subdue him because he hadn't seen Yang Kai's abilities with his own eyes and felt that with his many years of experience and the power of the Haiku family, he could control him. But at the last moment of today's battle, Yang Kai had blasted Su Jikun to pieces with a single punch, making En realize that such a person couldn't be controlled. If he couldn't control this young man, what was the point of trying to recruit him? If he ended up recruiting an ungrateful wolf, he might end up being eaten alive. Although Ian's attitude towards Yang Kai had changed very quickly, and could even be said to be the complete opposite, no one present felt anything wrong with it and instead admired Ian's decisiveness even more.